All right. Thanks for all those ones in the chat. There's 1,000 kids caps. Thanks for hanging out in the stream, everybody. Hope you like that one last wave update. Appreciate everybody coming in and showing some love to the stream. How we doing as retweets over here? Did I give you the stuff for the retweets yet? I don't remember, but I'll give it you 2,000 more just because I feel like it. All right, here we are, and this is our factory here, building in one of my favorite places right here on the shore. Very much reminds me of Hawaii, by the way, where you've got a bunch of pure nodes, and those pure nodes are really helping us basically get an incredible start in the game. Now, what we did is we ran some coal last night from over here to here, and then down the hill here, and then, of course, into our coal plants, which are running right down here. Now, we started with 4 coal plants to replace the power that we're currently using, which is our biofuel, which is right here. And then we took it to the next level and added another node, which would allow us to go ahead and then double our power right there. So now we have double the power, which is perpetual power, which will just continue to run forever. So I can just start it running, walk away, GG's, and it will just fill it up with resources. So I'm basically using the power of time. So I'm not using, I'm not using my time. I'm just letting the computer run, and it's doing its own time, so I could be doing something else. Now, what we did here is we got our steel going, which you need iron and coal. And we're using about 60 coal and about 120 iron and running it in here. Now, we're also running it in this box, and you can see it's backlogging. Another thing that we could do with this is we could take the excess and we could run it into the awesome sink. But we're going to be working with that here in just a moment. And so we're going in here, we're creating steel ignits out of it. Those steel ignits are coming out, and they're making steel beams on this side, and then on the other side over here, steel pipes. Now, this is still running, which tells me that these boxes are not full, right? But how many of these boxes are full? That's the real question. So let's go to the first one here, steel beams. Oh, yeah, we got that one full. So we got 1 box of those. 1.5 boxes, or 1 and a third of that going. 1 box of this. Yeah, 1 in, let's say, what is that, 1/6? 1/6 of a box. Now, that's a lot at this stage right here, but eventually we're going to be making it at such a higher level. But now that we have the ability to utilize these, we can actually do a bunch of awesome upgrades. So I'm going to actually grab a bunch of these out of the back here. And then the same thing here, because we're going to use a ton of these here in a moment. So we'll grab a bunch of those, and now what we want to do is get the ability to make our belts run faster, right? So we want to get to steel, we wanted to get to coal, but we want our belts to be faster, and we want to have the ability to extract resources faster as well. Now, it doesn't do me any good to boost my extractors right now because I know that I'm going to upgrade them soon, and it would take less power to do so. So we've got that going, right? So we got our coal power going. We're in tier 3 right now. We got our vehicles going, which I still need to build. Our basic steel, which is what we got going over there. And, of course, we got our melee combat up. We got a new hand slot, more inventory slots in our Xeno Basher. And now we're on advanced steel production. Now, this is the one that I really want to do. And the reason why is it has the Mark II extractor. That means that instantly, by putting down that Mark II extractor, I instantly have doubled all of my inputs, right? So if I'm extracting 120 iron, now I'm extracting 240 iron, right? Which is awesome, but it doesn't help me because I can't actually utilize it. I can't utilize it until I get this going. So this is the thing I need to do first, which is my conveyor belts, and then of course also have larger boxes so I can store more stuff, and stackable pipeline supports, and then level 3 lifters, and level 3 belts, which are going at 270, so more than double what I'm already doing. So that's really awesome. So let's go ahead and get ourselves some more concrete. Now you can see I've got all the resources going here as well, and you can see I've got a backlog in the concrete. I'm gonna put the smaller stack back in, take some bigger stacks, and walk this back over here, and we can get that one on the way straight away. Boom, boom, boom. Off it goes. Now, as a cooldown of 5 minutes.
Logistics can be improved with a larger storage container and enhanced conveyor belt efficiency.
So what it's doing is taking it up into space and telling them, look, Kismet knows what he's doing. Give them the ability to do more stuff. And that's how you progress in the game right here. Now, I've got to wait around 4 minutes and 30 seconds to do some more. Now, I'd love to get the hypertubes going, but we don't have the ability to do encased industrial beams yet. We've got the new power ones, the big industrial powers, looking pretty excited to do those. And rerun my power I'm using right now and rerun the big ones. But what I need next is the advanced steel, right? So I need to get that going. So I need a bunch of wire and a ton of rotors. Now, yesterday... or last night, we were having lots of problem with our rotors because we just didn't have enough. And so we were really struggling with that. Let's go over here and actually tag this also before we walk away. Because you can actually still set it as a milestone. You just can't turn it in yet. Okay, so what we need is we need some rotors over here. Now, we've been letting the rotors run. And they've been running from the back side here. They've been running up and over and down into this box. And you can still see they're going in there. That means that this box is not full. But look how many are in there, everybody. I knew that was going to be a bunch. There is an absolute ton of rotors in there now. We're going to take about 300 out because we need at least 200 there. And now we've got tons of those. Now, the other thing that we're going to need is this one at the end, which is modular frames. Look how many modular frames are run. Now, again, that's because I just let the game run. I didn't have to sit here and make them and try to rush through the game. I just let it run, come back to it, and then you can move on. I highly recommend that, everybody, especially getting frustrated with having to make your own stuff. Keep that totally in mind. Oh, I also need some more wire. So let's go over here and grab some of this wire, which is also maxed out. Now, again, when I take it out of there, it'll automatically start that production back up again, and then make as many as it needs. And then once it's done filling that box and it backlogs, it'll turn that power off, and then I don't have to worry about it. So I basically only build it when I need it, which is awesome. Very, very awesome. All right, I got all my stuff. Now I need to wait 2 minutes and 40 seconds to get that going. And now that we've backlogged all those resources, we can very quickly do most of these upgrades straight away. And we can also start some more upgrades that we're going to need. And while we're waiting for that to go, I think we could go ahead and turn off our stuff here. Did we not turn this off? We have not turned this off yet. Okay, let's turn this off. Oh, wait, we just disconnect the end. I think we did disconnect it. Just turn them off. I like to turn them off. That's just me. So now they're actually supposed to go off. And the funny thing is, if you leave and come back, it'll act like they're still on, even though they're not. Which happened to me last night. It's supposed to physically show you whether it's running or not. There we go. Now, the reason why I turned that off is because it could, in theory, burn up my biofuel, but it's not. If it's not connected to any power, it actually doesn't use up your fuel, which I think is pretty cool. Pretty cool little thing there. Now, I don't know if that's going to last forever, so, you know, go with it. Go with it. All right, 1 minute, 17 seconds. What else can we do? We were getting wire. That's what we were doing. Did we get enough wire? Let's get some more. Put the little one back. Oops. The other one here. Plus, we have another hand slot, so we can keep that in there. Like that. Hit H to hide it. 54 seconds. Now, another thing we need to do is we need to build ourselves another box down here at the end. And this is the one. We got our new lifters there, and we got our new box here that we can use our steel to make. So we're going to go ahead and put this bigger box right there at the end, and we're going to make something else with this one. And we'll run that out just so we can see what's in there. And we'll build a little bit of production back over here. Now, a lot of this stuff on this side is just built to build in the moment, right? So it's going to make that thing and then run it in there. Later on, you definitely want to be organizing all of this. There it goes, landing back in the thing. You definitely want to organize this. But having 2 inputs and 2 outputs is awesome because I could run it out of that top part at 270 and run it out of the bottom at 270 if I wanted to, and thus also 270 in both things in the back. Now, we'll want to go through and also replace all of our boxes with those new boxes. And this one right here is my my plate box, but it's not even being used because I stopped making my plates for right now. And so we'll go ahead and do this, and we'll hit H, and we'll click it. See, there's a way to override that thing where it's hanging off the side, where it says, oh, you can't let that hang off the side. I sure can, because I just did. Using that new holographic mode, you can get that going. Now, same thing here. Let's go ahead and see if we got anything in this lower one. Nope. We're going to take that out. And then hopefully we don't have a box on that one. Just enough. And then we're going to take this out of here. And like this. And then we'll make another one of these so we have the bigger box. We're going to hit H to fit it. And there we go. And then we're going to have to redo the back of this. Oh, wait. We're ready for our advanced steel production. Over here.
Milestone reached. Logistics can be improved with a larger storage container, enhanced conveyor belt efficiency, as well as the ability to store excess power for later use. An additional project part can now be constructed. Further progress to the next phase is now possible.
Okay, so now we can make automated wiring and versatile frameworks. So this is going to take modular frames and steel beams, and this one's going to take stators and wire. So there's really two things we need to make, right? That we don't already have production for, and that's encased industrial beams and stators. Now the first thing I would do is encased industrial beams, because you can use your steel beams in your concrete and run them in there. Now it just happens to be that we're running some concrete over here, underneath here and around all the way around the back and underneath down here. We could tap into that, or what we could do is just simply go over here and tap into this thing we already have and do this. Spaghetti City is what I like to call it, where you just kind of run it willy-nilly. And I usually do this in the early stage, and then later on I stop doing that. So all you people who are getting triggered, don't worry, we'll get into it. Also we've got all of our beams are filled up in here, so let's grab a couple of those so it goes back to making more of those. Now actually I don't want to do this. Actually I want to go to my higher end belt now and actually make this my new standard. There we go. So we'll go ahead and put this in here, and see, this actually can come from that way too. So we got to get our steel beams and our concrete in there. Now I've run the concrete up there, but what I really should do is backlog some more concrete. So I'm going to go ahead and take this out for a second. I'm going to make me what I call the temporary box. You just throw a box down here. You put all your inventory into it. You grab all the inventory out of this one, and then you go ahead and take this out. And we'll take out the lifter as well. And then we're going to need a little bit of this and this, so we can go ahead and make one of those. And we're going to go ahead and hit H. And then there we go. Now it can hold double the amount that it can, and also you have 2 inputs and 2 outputs, which is awesome. And then we're going to put our faster lifter up here. And later we're going to go in and we're going to make all these belts faster. But for right now, we're just going to go ahead and do that. And then what we do is we have a problem of we want this to go back in the opposite direction. So we're going to go ahead and make it a little bit higher. And then we're going to go ahead and run this Spaghetti City right over there. Okay. See how it just starts, all of a sudden you get all these overlapping things. Triggers the Satisfactory communities to no end, everybody. It makes me laugh. So that's what's important, is that I get a good laugh in. All right. Don't worry. We're going to go in and we'll make all this fancy smancy later. Don't do smancy in the beginning. Fancy smancy. Oh, and I got to put the stuff back in there. There we go. Put all that back in there. There we go. We'll take all this out, and actually we'll put a little bit more of this back in here just to get a couple of these. Now, I'm actually going to have a problem with plates here very soon. Let's actually put some of this in for the awesome sink here. Let's get rid of this coal, this here, this stuff. Anything else? Let's just get rid of that. Just to kind of clear out my inventory a little bit there. There we go. Okay, now what this needs to be doing is going and running into this one because we want to make these encased industrial beams from the steel beams and from the concrete. Now, currently it has no power, but we'll go ahead and actually we'll make another power thing right there, so we'll have another one for later. We'll tie that into power, and now it's got some power, so it'll start feeding the concrete in there automatically, or I can just hold down control and click and put it in there myself. And then we also need steel beams. Now, our steel beams are way over on the other side of the thing, and I could run the line over here, but I'm not going to. What I'm going to do instead is I'm going to go ahead and just put a box right here next to this in this direction. There we go. And then I'm just going to put a whole bunch of this in here and do what I call offline production, where I just go ahead and run that. Oh, take this out. Where I go ahead and just run that right in there, and it will just run it in there anyway. Now, it's going to go really fast. See how fast it's going? And that's because I'm doing it 270 now instead of at 120. And really, at that speed, it only needs 24 per minute. And it's going to run at full speed now at 6 per minute. So it's definitely going to do it. Plus, I have a backlog of concrete as well. So now's a good time, by the way, to just go over here and grab all of it. Grab as much as you possibly can and run it over there and let it build those encased industrial beams, because you're going to need a ton of those. Meanwhile, it'll be over here making even more of them. And eventually, I'll have it where it runs this all back over there automatically. But for right now, we're just going to go ahead and grab all that we can and run it back and forth. Now, I could be using my little vehicle right now, which I think is on my character. There we go. Always good to leave yourself a place to drive. Like right here, I can't drive through there because there's a bunch of belts in the way, but I could do this. Whoop, whoop. Nailed it. Oh, 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 out of control, out of control. Oh, no! Into the water I went. Fail. Oh, no, not enough space in my inventory. Get rid of some screws. There we go. All right, right off the side of the water. I could not control it. It would not let me turn around or go anywhere. But, you know, that's how it goes. But that's okay. We fell into the water and we were just fine. I wanted to see what would happen to water anyway. Because it used to be where you could drive in the water with your little car, which was fun back in the day. No worries. It all worked out. All right, back in our little car. There's a little delay, too, for the car to start up. All right, let's try it again. Banzai! Exactly. Right off the side. Whoop, whoop. Let's catch some air. Whoa! Right over there. See, it took me longer to do all of that, everybody, than it would have been just for me to walk over here. But that was fun. All right, so here we go. Boom. And then we'll go ahead, pick that up. Okay, so we got a lot of reworking to do over here. But again, we want to get that going. And then we want to go ahead and walk around here and drop a ton of this in here. So we can just let this run and run and run. I'm going to take a couple of these out of here for me to use. But I can always run back and get more if I need to. Now, it's already putting those encased industrial beams in there. It's at 14 right now. Because we're going to need that in a future stage to make some stuff. And again, you want to get all of your production going as early as possible. Even if your production is going slow. Oh, I don't need to go in there. Even if it's going slow, at least it's going, right? And then right here, this next milestone with the power storage and all of that, that's in another couple minutes. We can get our hypertubes going. We definitely want to do that, but we need 50 of those encased industrial beams. And we're already, a good portion of the way there already. And then, of course, Fix-It Blueprints, which is a blueprinting machine, which we're definitely going to use that. And really, the reason why I didn't make my factory really huge and do all of that, because they have this amazing blueprinting tech thing that you can do, Designer. It came out in Update 7, by the way. And so here in Update 8, they took it to a whole nother level where you could put it down, you could take out, you can deconstruct whole entire blueprints, parts of blueprints. You can even tag it where you can say, look, I only want to take out this one blueprint, and I don't want to take out anything else. And then you can just highlight all the blueprints that were the same as that one and then take them out in one sequence instead of taking each individual item out once you put them down, which is the way it is in Update 7, which is brilliant, everybody. Absolutely awesome. Awesome way of doing that. So we want all of this done. Then we need to start working also back on our space elevator and getting stuff into our space elevator as well. But we definitely want to get our infrastructure because that's pretty easy. It's got 47 seconds left, and I need a bunch of modular frames. And again, this is why you let this stuff run, so you backlog this stuff, and then you can do your upgrades pretty easily. Even if it takes, hours upon hours, well, it's not your hours, it's the computer's hours, and you can just AFK and go about your regular life. This is why I like games like Fallout Shelter and things like that, where you can queue a bunch of stuff up, and it runs while you're not playing, and then you come back and then you get the rewards from it. Very cool thing they used to do in Star Wars The Old Republic, which I think they still do, is what you could do is go in there and tell your companions to go do a bunch of stuff, log out of the game. When you come back in a half hour, or whatever, well, they've gone off and got you resources, and you're good. And I think that's going to be happening in Starfield as well, from what I've seen. So, got to be pretty excited to try that out for sure. And that's only a few months away, everybody. It's almost August, September, and then Starfield comes out. I don't know. That might be a complete stream takeover when that thing drops. We'll see. All right, extended power structure. We're going to get our big power poles and also our backup power. Off it goes again. Now we got another 5 minutes till it's ready. Then we're going to do hyper tubes. And we're going to see if we got 50 of these going over here yet. 31. All right, getting there. I think by the time it gets back, we'll have them. Or if we need to make them, we can also make our own and get that going. Again, I don't want to build anything until I get my blueprinting down. And then once I get my blueprinting down, everybody, we're going to be making big old factories. And we're going to be tearing all this down. And we're going to try to optimize our blueprints so we can just very easily say, okay, well, I'm going to put this down with a splitter and this thing and that thing, and just put it down and very easily do that in a sequence. I am very looking forward to trying the new blueprinting with the new ability to take it out, and you can name it. You can also nudge it around the whole entire blueprint, which is pretty cool. Now the blueprint is only so big, but it would definitely go in here and make this a lot easier, especially when you're doing like smelters with a splitter behind it with a line there, and then a pole up above, right? So you could very easily make it where this has this pole, this, and this all in one, and you just put that down a whole bunch of times, and now you just connect it in between, right? Or you can do two of them, which is what I would do, because normally using the pole here, you're going to connect two of these together. One of them is the line in, and the other one's the line out, right? So you would just do two of these together, and then you could do two of them at a time when you're putting them down, which is super useful. And then I'd only have to connect one connection between four of them, right? And all the rest of them would be done, and they'd already be power run and all of that. So all I'd have to do is run the power in, and that's it, and they'd start right up. So that's the first thing we're going to do is work on smelters, because that's the thing that I need a whole lot. All right, we're at 41. Still got 3 minutes left. Let's go see how we're doing over here in the awesome shop. We got one ticket. All right, that's pretty pitiful. Pretty pitiful. Let's go over here and see what we can run into the awesome shop. Oh, right here. I bet this is full of stuff. Oh, yeah. So what we do is we take the excess and we run it into the awesome sink here. I like that. Now, I could automatically run it back. But again, we're going to be replacing all of this stuff by using our blueprints. So we're just going to go ahead and get rid of some of that. And then that's just going to run that in there and make me some tickets eventually. 2 more minutes. How we doing? 5 more. Watch pot never boils, right? Take this out now. There you go. Again, there's like 100 things I could be doing, but it's better if I wait for this, because then I can get that going on the side. Now, by the way, I turned off all my organic power or my biofuel, and I'm just running on coal power now, which is perpetual power, which will run endlessly. Okay, let's take some more of this stuff. And you know what? I think we're going to take a bunch of these too and move them over to this side. You can see I run around. Sometimes it takes longer just to get your little cart out and do all of that. Though I do love the little cart over here. I'm very tempted to make it drive back and forth. And then whenever I need it, I can just jump on it and drive myself and then let it go. Let's go ahead and set that up. Here's what we're going to do. Since we're running back and forth right here, we're going to put it right here. We're going to open the thing and we're going to say start recording. All right, almost fell off there. All right, so I started it recording. And so what I can do is now drive the thing over here where I want to be. Like this. And then I can say, okay, enable autopilot. So when I get out, it should drive itself. And so it's just going to drive itself back and forth. And if I'm standing here and I need to go over there, I can just jump in it and drive over there and then let go, and it'll just drive itself back, which I think is super cool, everybody. All right, 58. All right, I need to drive back to my hub. I don't really need to. I can just walk right there. But it's got to be cool. Let's try it out. Okay, now I'm taking over the driving. Then I'm going to go back over here and then jump out, and it should go right back up. Oh, it actually, whoa. Man, it's like I'm driving it or something. Oh, there we go. See, it switched back to its normal route. There we go. All right. Let's put all that in there, and now we got our hyper tubes too. See, look how many things we're unlocking in a row here. Very awesome. Now we're going to do our blueprints.
Fixit Incorporated has processed and incorporated frequent Pioneer requests for pipe-based personal transport. Introducing Hypertubes. Safe, aesthetic, adaptable, fun. Enjoy a view of your hard work as you soar through incredibly tight turns. Build them today.
I'm going to build a ton of them
Fixit
today.
Incorporated is not responsible for any harm caused by irresponsible use of this product.
Polypop reward. There you go. All right, let's get this next milestone going. Now, again, we need to look at how much we need. We need a bunch of concrete, cable, and more modular frames. And again, we have about 10 minutes to wait on that one. Hold on, where's my vehicle? This thing is a lot harder to drive than it used to be. I'm just going to throw it out there and then get out. What else do we need? Wire. Oh, God. Too much stuff. All right. We need to make ourselves some more storages. All those in there. All those in there. And now I got some of these up here in the front. That I can just grab when I need them, and I don't have to have full inventory the whole time. It's got like a mind of its own. Very cute. All right, what else are we doing? Wire. Oh, we forgot to run this one forward so we could see what was in there. There we go. More wire. We got more of this. More concrete maybe. Oh yeah, there's a ton of it in there. And let's get rid of the small concrete and get the big one. There we go. All right, so we got that done. Now again, what are all the things that we just unlocked? Let's go see. We unlocked a ton there too. So now we got the Mark II miner, so we can double up every single node that we have. So we don't have to go get more new nodes. We can simply just use this to double up the nodes that we already have. And then we can go ahead and basically build a much bigger factory. Now, of course, that's going to come at the cost of power. So the first thing I would always do, everybody, if you are going to really scale up your base, is always scale up your power first. That's the first thing we're going to do. We're going to scale that up big time. Now, also what we got is we got a stackable pipeline, so a little easier for us to do our water, though our water is super easy because we brought the coal to the water instead of the water to the coal. Always a smarter idea. Also, we got the industrial storage, the bigger storage now. And we've got our hyper tubes. So we're definitely, and I never use the jump pads. We also have our vehicles here and a truck station. But what we're going to do is start using our hyper tubes now, so we don't have to, drive all the way there and drive all the way back. Now, to do hyper tubes, you're going to need a lot of resources. So we're just going to click a bunch of these like this. And it's going to tell us that we're going to need a lot of encased industrial beams. That's going to be our thing that we're struggling with the most today. Because, we can let it run for a while and come back. We have a bunch of it, but we'll, keep rocking it. And I haven't really unlocked anything else, and that's pretty much what we're going to be doing there. And you can see I just do a few of them. I don't know exactly how many I'm going to run. I just look at it and say, okay, how much of each thing do I need? Like, I need a bunch of copper sheets over here for sure. So let's get a bunch of those. Take the smallest stack and put it back. And look good there. Steel pipe, going to need a bunch of those. And this is what you're constantly battling with, is the you're out of inventory space. Let's do another stack of rotors. And again, I would sort it and see if you have any small stacks. Like, that's 96. Let's take 96 out and put 200s in. Wire, I have 119. So instead of having 119, I'll put that in. And now I've got a stack of 200. Takes the same exact space. Plates is something we need to really work on. We'll get to that. We have 20 of our reinforced iron plates. We'll put that back. And actually, we probably don't need that many reinforced iron plates now. But we probably want to drop this off. Let's take these out as well. No longer need these. I think this is already still going. Oh, we need to upgrade this belt. Watch this. It'll go as fast as that belt is. Right? So now it's just basically quadrupled, almost quadrupled the speed. So we've doubled it to 240, and then now it's 270. So that stuff is pumping out of there like nobody's business. Which is awesome. Also, I'm going to go ahead and make myself just a temporary storage here and keep this disconnected so that it doesn't run it into that one. Just so I can drop all that in there. And then pick up all of this. Again, just take all this stuff out. I rework this. And then we're going to need some stuff from in here. Now later on, I'll make like a sorter that, you know, puts all this stuff back in this proper box. We'll try to get that in this playthrough as well. But for right now, we're just going to go ahead and put that in there. And now it has more space to make more of those. So we're backlogging twice as much. All right, and now we're also going to basically gear up our factory here, because now we're going to start replacing a lot of these. So it's going to basically make twice as much as it did before. So same thing here. We're going to take this out, grab this one. Come on, there we go. Hit H so it hangs over. There we go. Run a little thing out so we know what's in there. Same thing on these ones. Oh, we need some concrete. Let's grab it from here. All right, and these are supposed to be rods. And those are going to be plates. Okay, now I'm also running the rods back the other way, so I need to go and do this. Fix my rods here, otherwise my other stuff's going to stop. And run this back. Yeah. Don't like it. By the way, they made it now where even if your thing doesn't match up, you can now do this. Even if it doesn't break the clearance, or even if it doesn't make it past the clearance. And this one needs to go up higher. There we go. Run those down in there. Get this one working down here. And again, remember, I'm replacing all of this with faster lifters and belts. And we'll eventually replace all of it with the faster belts. But there we go. All right, that's back up and working. Looking good. Want to keep all that stuff running. It's making us resources. And this one here is... What was that? Screws. Screws is what that was. Duh, got them on me. Right there, screws. All right. So now that's going to make even more screws and put them there. And notice how it doesn't work. And that's because if you take the thing out, you have to re-put the thing back in, like that, and then it will just go back to working. And that one's working. This one's filling up. So I'm going to replace those two. Let's take this lifter and this lifter out. We'll take that out. See if we can put this each. There we go. Ah! I hate those little boxes. I hate them with a passion. Alright. Throw a wire back in here. Darn little boxes. Didn't have enough inventory space. Alright, take these out. Oh, I forgot to take this one out too. You can leave them there and just hope that it's still working, but I don't trust it, so I just redo it. Redo it. Hit H, click. You can override that thing that tells you can't hang it off the side. And then this is going to be cable. Oh, I hear the thing coming back. Now here you can get away with it if you do the thing first and then bring it down. So that usually works. When you bring the when you connect the different ends of the lifter. The lifter is always the last thing you do, and that actually working now. You can see that's going in there. We got all of those going. Again, we got to work on our plates at some point because we don't got any of those. That's all going good. That's all going in there. We got our copper sheets going in that way. This is green, which means eventually something's going to come out of there. I'm guessing a rotor. We'll see. Let's see what happens. Oh, no. Modular frames. Rotor over here. No, that's not it either. Where the heck are my rotors? Oh, they're up and over. Yeah, there's my rotors there. That's right. We spaghettied that up over the top. All right. Very nice. We got all those rocking and rolling. How we doing over here? Oh, God. Plenty of those in there. Plenty of those in there. All right. These take forever, but eventually we'll get some. Going on. We got 72 right there. All right. My little cart diligently driving backwards right now for some reason. All right, let's get all that out of there, sorted out, and go ahead and upgrade our blue printer now that our thing is back. Let's get that on cooldown. And we finished that whole entire thing all in one quick swig because we had already set up our production for it. And there's our blue printer. All right, we got to get all those done, and then got some of these over here to do. Oops. That was my bad. I forgot to put all my stuff back. Again, upgrading all of my containers here. My stuff from over here. I'm almost out of these, but luckily I put a bunch over here for me to use. There we go. You definitely want to upgrade all of your containers at this point. So basically it's just making more of everything because you're going to need more of everything for sure. And then this goes back in here, copper sheets. And this one, same thing, take out the lifter. Take all this stuff out. Now you could probably get away with leaving that front part if you're going to just leave it to be the same item, but I like to make sure that it actually is that item. That's just me and my crazy ideas. And then we'll go ahead and jump up here while we can. And then we'll take this one here. And go right to working. This one over here was from... Where? What is this? This is rotors. And then this one was, oh, copper sheets from down here. Okay, so now it's going to basically backlog twice as much as we did before, and we're going to need a lot coming up soon. drives backwards. I don't know if it's supposed to do that. I think it's supposed to turn like I did. I don't know. I don't know. That's for someone else to figure out why that doesn't work. Remember, it is still early access, and this is the actual early access experimental version. All right, right there. I usually leave a gap there, everybody. Otherwise, you got to run around, because this way you can go up the ladder, or you can get in between. But yeah, there we go. Okay, which one did I just do? I can't remember. What do I have on me? This one. This is the one that's doing the thing. Let's take this out, just to be sure. Goes in there. And modular frames there. Modular frames there. All right, nice. And again, just upgrading all of our storage just for our main resources that we're keeping. And then, of course, usually I have this right next to the thing where I can just kind of come out of here and it's like straight in front of me. But I decided to put it in long ways this time. I don't know if I really like it. I would much prefer it to be right outside where I don't have to walk all the way down the thing to get it. But we'll work on all that later on. Much more later on. Okay, we got a lot of blueprinting to do is what we got to do. And we also need to make some of this other stuff. So let's go ahead and think about making this other stuff first. Let's go over here and see what it's making right here. All right, smart plating. Okay, so we want to make versatile framework here. So we need modular frames and we need steel beams over here. All right. So instead of having this whole part in the back here, we're just going to manually feed some of this stuff in there. And we can move that. I guess we can move this forward. Move that forward by quite a bit. All right, versatile framework, modular frame, steel beams. So what we can do is we can just simply use some storages. And you can use vertical storage as well, so you're using vertical space. And then you can run, say, this one over there. Got a power pole right in the way, too. Move that power pole. Those two together. Wait, that's going to be right in the way there, too. Let's take this power pole, move it way over here. There we go. Take that and tie that back. Okay, so now we can go ahead and take this and we can run that down from up here and run that to the second one, unless it's too steep like that. Now, if it's too steep, what you do is you simply do this. Make yourself a lifter. Just run it in the lifter. There we go. Okay, so again, this needs modular frames and steel beams. Well, it just so happens that I have some modular frames and I have some steel beams that I can just manually put in there. And that's what I'm going to do. Because I don't need all of these modular frames. Great. I don't need all those modular frames right now. I've already got some set aside, too. So I'm going to run back here. Now I can figure out how many of these I need to do 500 and just put that many in there, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to throw it in there until it's done. And then over here, same thing with these. Let's go ahead and grab a bunch of those and put them in there. This one. Maybe put one back for us later. Now I could go in here and I could run all the lines and take it from where it's actually being made, but that takes a lot longer, and I can just physically walk it over here faster than running all of those extra lines. Now what we want to do is make sure that this thing is working, because I have it turned off. Turn that back on. Now it's going to make 5 per minute, so 5.2 and a half and 5 per 12, right? So really one modular frame and 12 steel beams. So if I go in and figure out 500 times 12, hey Siri, what's 500 times 12?
500 times 12 is 6,000.
6,000 steel beams this is going to need. That's a lot of steel beams. So we're going to let that run. On this side, we're going to do the other one, which is the automated wiring. Now, the automated wiring needs stators, and it needs cable. So what we really should do is do the stators first, which takes steel pipe and wire, right? And so you're like, oh, God, now I got to do another one. Well, I can go ahead and take this out of here, and I can run to this side, like so. Oh, need my concrete back. Too many of those. Put those back. Here. Way too many of those. There we go. Okay. Back over here. Take this out now. Turn on my zooping and zoop. Zoop. Okay. So over there, I've got my pipes running. Right there. And so I'm going to go ahead and take this assembler, and I'm going to put this assembler over this way because it's going to be like a two-stage. So the first stage is going to be stators. Now again, I'm not worried about the layout and doing all of that stuff. You can do that later. Or you can do it now if you want. It's up to you. Alright, then we're going to take all of this out. Take that out. We're going to go and put all of these back in here and pick these things up. There we go. We're going to go ahead and, if I give all my steel beams away, get all those out of there. There we go. Take this, run it back that way. This one, run it this way. And now this is all going to be inline. So that's going to just go in there and just make me an absolute ton of stators, in which I'm going to go ahead and have it run into a box. Right over here. We're going to have it go back this way. Like this. So it's going to make some stators and run it into there. Now this is why we made all this extra power, so we can get this going. I can also just kind of manually get it started by pumping that in there and letting that do its thing. Let's go ahead and just put some power over there and link it to that one, and there we go. That's just going to start up automatically. And then it's going to start pumping those pipes into there when it can. Now I also need wire over here as well. And again, this is what we call spaghetti, everybody. Or you're just running it in the moment and you're not really thinking it through and putting the things that need to be together together. Right? You're just like, okay, I'm going to take this and I'm going to run it across here and I'm going to do the thing and the stuff and the thing. You can see it starts to get messy very, very quickly. And convoluted is the hardest part. It's just like so convoluted as to, okay, where did I run that from, and where's that coming from, and how's it getting to here and there and everywhere? That's the spaghetti part. Let's go ahead and grab it over there, run it in there, and hope it doesn't clip. Yeah, good enough. Okay, so now it's running that wire in, and because it's producing wire and producing steel pipes at an infinite amount, it'll produce an infinite amount of stators, because this is all online, as the other one, where I just put it in the box, will eventually run out of the resources in there and stop. Where this one will not stop. This one will keep going. So it's going to make those stators, and then from the stators, what I need to do is I need to go ahead and make something else. Let's actually push it forward just a little bit, so we can walk by it a little easier. And then we need to make the automated wiring. Now we need cable and stators for that. So we're going to go ahead and have this run into, say, that one. We're going to lift this one and make ourselves some more spaghetti. Thanks for sharing your surfing journey, Kismet. Time for bed for me. Enjoy the rest of your stream. Good night. Good night, Ems. Thanks so much for hanging out in the stream. Appreciate you. Show some love in the chat, everybody, for the wonderful M's there. All right. Do that again. I could be using my stackers and all of that, but I know I'm going to tear all this down, everybody. All this is going to go once we get to our blueprinting. All right, so now we need our wiring here. And we're going to go way up with our wiring and just create a big old mess. It triggers me, and I'm the one doing it, everybody. I'm the one doing it, and I'm getting triggered. All right, well, we'll just put it up on top of our base then. There we go, and then we'll run it up. All right, so there we go. Got that a-rocking. Run this over here. Run that across to... Where do we put that other one? On this side. There we go, and now this one's up and running. Now we just got to wait for those cables to make their way over. There they go. Again, remember, I'm using the faster belts now. So that's going to fill that up pretty quickly. Automated wiring. Now we only need 100, which is actually not that much of that one. So that one's actually going to finish pretty quickly. But it goes one every 2.5 minutes. So if you think about 100 minutes, that's like 25 minutes from now, in theory, if it's running at full speed, which it is going to be. So we're going to let that run for a while and come back to that. We're going to go check on our one on the other side. Let me take this out now, I believe. And how are we doing over here? All right, these are cranking away, except for I don't have it going anywhere. Very important to have it actually going into the thing. There we go. And then I can take any extra ones I have and put them in here, or I can put them directly in there. And it's going to go ahead and run those out. So we're at, how many now? 36 of 500 there. And we're at 2 of 100 on the other one. So that's now just going to automatically run. Now I'm making every bit of everything that I can make at this point, including stators, which is something that we really need. Now, what we want to do is think about, okay, this is a big giant mess. We want to take this mess out and revamp it, right? Well, one of the cool things about the game is you can do that very easily. I can also hit F, hit G. Now it's only going to look at my biomass burner, so I can hold down control and not accidentally hit anything else now. This is in update 8. And then, boom, I just took out just the biomass burners. And there's another one back there I can get, and this one, without accidentally highlighting anything else, which is so cool. Because we want to go ahead and take those out of here. And we can take out these extra lines. And I could have highlighted them all at the same time, but we'll just take them out like that. Also, we can go ahead and take this one out. This is a smaller storage anyway. I'm dropping stuff. And then go ahead and find a little place for that to be stored. Now we can go ahead and take this one out over here, I believe, and still have enough room. There we go. And then put a big old box over here the other way. There we go. And I'm going to use this box again for temporary storage. Drop all my temporary stuff in. And there we go. Okay. Go back and get all this. And get all that. Now, I do suggest that you still have the ability to do your biofuel. But what I'm going to do is just take it all out because I'm going to rework this whole area here. So I can just hold down control and grab all of that stuff. Like that. Now also I can hit G and just get the conveyor belts. Hit G again and just get the storages without accidentally getting the foundation. See, the foundations is the thing that's really annoying. Sometimes you can take the foundation out when you're standing on it. And so you can just lock it in now to just do what you want it to do. And there we go. We opened that place up pretty nicely. Very nice. Now, what do we want to do over here? We probably want to do our steel over here on this side. So we want to think about revamping that. I actually want to probably put our blueprinter here first. So let's go ahead and try to figure it out. I think it's under special. Yeah, blueprint designer. And that sucker is huge, as you can see. Let's go ahead and get some of this out of here. Sort that. Put this back. This, and this. Take that out. Oops, no. Put that in. This. And we could take this out here. Put that in this other one. There we go. Wood. Diligently going back and forth. All right. Blueprint designer. What do we need? Oh, more of our stuff there. So yeah, I still don't use it, even if it's driving around. It's just me. I get there faster than wait for it to come back. What I'm going to do is just kind of set this back now, so it's only this one. And it's just going to go into this box now. I really only need the one box. And let's fill the rest of this in here while we're at it. Okie dokie, blueprint designer time. And this is I think this is a brilliant addition to the game. Can I put the blueprint designer down and then nudge it? Oh yeah, you absolutely can. See, I was in the way blocking it. So I put it down and now I can kind of nudge it into wherever I want it to go, and then boom, down it goes. Alright, so you have this big cube to work with. To basically make designs. Now, some people don't like it because it's too small. I think it's just fine. You don't want to be too easy anyway. Let's see if we've got any loaded. Nope, it took out all my other blueprints. All right, good. Now, the first thing we want to think about is ways of automating everything that we're doing, right? Making it a little bit easier to build out our factories without having to build them out one at a time. So one of the things you want to do is think about your base production, right? Your production of how you're going to convert your ignits from raw ore. And that'd be the first thing I always think about working on is your smelter, right? So now remember, this is the front of the thing, of your blueprint. They also added an arrow so you know which direction is the front of your blueprint. Now the front of my blueprint is going to be very simple. I'm going to put it way over here on the side. Actually, let's put it right here. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to go split on the way in and then merge on the way out. Right? Pretty easy. So we're going to go ahead and say, okay, we're going to put our merger in here on this side. And we can make these nice and close as well because it's going to be already pre-done, or we can put them out a little bit. I like to have them out. This way I can see what's going on. Like that. Then we can put our thing in there, and it's going to remember what size belt we have. And then we're going to go in the back and bring our splitter in, and we're going to assume our splitter's coming, our entry is coming from this side, and then we're going to connect that. Now we're also going to go ahead and connect a power pole to the back here to basically power that, and then we're just going to do the same thing again. So middle mouse button this first so we can line those up. There we go. And then you don't even need to be in the mode anymore, the deconstruct mode. You can do it without that now. There we go. Middle mouse button. Get those lined up. Okay, so it comes in from this side, goes into there, crosses across these two, goes into this one. Very nice. Then it comes out of this one into here, out of that one into there, and that's it. Good to go. And then we're going to tell it what to be. This is going to be iron ingots over here, and that's pretty much it. Now you can take those and you can just do 2 of those each time all the way down, and it does all of your power and all of your stuff. Oh, we got to connect our power up there. So basically it's going to do all of that work for you, and then you can just copy that over and over again. So we're going to call this blueprint iron smelters. Now again, we're just going to start small and then we'll work our way up. Iron smelters, BP for blueprint, smelting down iron, what is this called? Inline. The reason why I might call it inline is because that's what it's doing. It's inline converting. So we're going to say smelter, and we're going to select that image so we know what it looks like. And then we can select a color of the image too if we want. We can make it purple. There we go. And then, of course, you can set the directory on the thing. So we'll say add a blueprint here. There we go. And then you got to make sure you still say save, or otherwise it won't do it. And then these are all the resources it needs to do that thing. So, all right, so we save that. Now, over here, we don't want to convert the ore to ignits on this one. But the other one that we have down there that we're going to run down here to this side, we do. So we're going to go ahead and make ourselves basically an infinite amount of space that goes like this. Ah, I'm using the big ones. Hold on. I changed my mind. I picked up the big one instead of the small ones. Boom. Take them all back out again. There we go. Let's use the smaller ones. No biggie. Get all your resources back. And you go back to getting it going on. And this is the advantage of making tons and tons of concrete and a good amount of plates. Now, because plates is the thing I'm running low on, that's the first thing I'm going to do in my factory. Now, I could go that way, or I could go this way. Now, this way eventually runs out. This way runs out eventually, but really, really far down there. So I'm probably good on that. Now, what I need to do is I need to take this other node that I have over here that's currently doing rods and actually I think it's just doing rods. I need to upgrade it. I need to run it over there, and then I need to basically have it make all of the iron ignits that it possibly can, right? So this one right here is the one that's being worked on right here, and you can see it's making iron ore, and it's coming out right now at 120. So what I'm going to do is go down here and pick up these portable miners like this, and then because I left those portable miners there, I can literally just click on it, and there we go. It's now upgraded. It's a little trick, a little Kismet trick there. And then I can take the portable miner and I can put it right back down again. And then when I go to upgrade it again, all I have to do is take that out, grab that miner, put it back down, and then I got level 3. So now it's going at 240 out of there, right? Look at that, baby. So we just doubled that up, and that thing's going to be cranking those out of there like nobody's business. Now, another thing that I want to do is go, you know what? I don't want to send it that way. I don't want to do any of that. This time, what I want to do is take it and run it all the way down to the end like my other one is there. So we can underrun it, run it underneath. But I kind of feel like the level that we're on right now is actually going to be my underrun level. And then I'll make another level above that where I will put all of the actual machines. So down on this level, the level we currently have, we'll basically just be making the raw stuff into ignits. So we'll go and put this down here so we can run back up. There we go. So this is going to be just making me my ignits here. Now this is probably full of loot there. Yes, it is. And this happens a lot. I'm going to go ahead and take this out where you're just constantly overburdened. So again, we're going to go ahead and take our thing. Put that over there. Take this, drop that all in there. Take all this stuff out. And all of these smelters over here, we're going to replace all of this. So we're just going to hold down Control, sweep across there, get as much as we can, and poof, away it goes. Same thing over here. Just try not to hit the foundations. Now, if I want to get these, I can just hit G, and then, see, I can get all of the things without hitting the foundation. You can see I can even aim at the foundation. I can take all those out. Right? Same thing over here. Grab all of those all the way down. That is awesome, everybody. That is really cool. A fantastic addition. Hit G, and then G again. And then you can see I've got this. Take that out. Go F, G on that one. Now it's not going to get it. See? All the way down. Oh, those are mergers, and these are not counting. So again, we go here. We can clear it, just don't hit the foundations. And now we've kind of cleared that and cleared this. There we go. So we cleared all of that production. Let's go over here. G to get just those. And we've cleared all of our production on that side. And now what we're going to do is we're going to work on making this run that way. And I hate it when it's clipping through stuff, so I'm going to take this out like this. We'll put that one there. Bring that around right to there. I think we can get away with another one of these. There we go. And so what I want to do now is kind of revamp this. Now, when I'm doing the power, I'm taking the power out. I might cause something to stop running because I've just taken the power out, right? I've taken the power out for this and the power out for that. So I need to rerun all my power as well. We're going to be doing that with the big power lines. We're going to be running the big power lines down through here in just a moment. But for right now, we're going to go ahead and try to get this stuff going. Okay, so what I want to do is take this and actually spin it around in the opposite direction. What, I'm out of inventory space again. Oh yeah, I picked up all that other stuff. I forgot. And let's run over here and get rid of a ton of that iron ore. Because we can get a ton more after this. Alright, now I'm going to have to jump down here because it took my stuff and put it down there. Stuff drives me crazy. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to try to make this fit in here a little better. We'll take our Mark II, we'll turn it around the opposite direction, like that. And then what we want to do is we want to run it down the line. Now, I could do it like that, or I could just simply take this and put it right there. Now, if you are on the low side here, you can use your ladder here to get up, like this. And then if you're close enough, you can go ahead and try to jump up here. You can see I can't make it, and that's okay. That's okay. We can make it happen. We go back up the ladder, and then what we do is we go ahead and use ourselves a nice little foundation here. Aim a little high. Gonna cut a little bit into there, but now we can kind of walk up and down, and we can walk down here, and we can operate the thing if we want to, just temporarily. Okay. Now we're gonna get that going. What are we doing? Getting up here to get resources. We have a bunch of extra resources we need to get rid of as well. Man, I can't wait to clear all this out, everybody. It's going to be so awesome. And that's what we're going to spend time doing, retooling our factory here. Nothing in this one now, so we'll... What? Oh, I didn't pick up my steel beams. We're going to be retooling all of this, but we're going to be running out of inventory a lot. So we can take that out. Nope. Still too much stuff. Drop those on the ground and grab these. That's what we need right now. There we go. And then we can get rid of this and this. And now we have more room. Now again, that's a whole bunch of stuff that my factory made. But I can make that stuff again and at a much higher level now. So I don't really need to keep all that stuff. I feel like that's probably my biggest mistake in the early game. Of this game is that when I first started playing is that I kept way too much of that stuff and didn't really need to. And so let's go ahead and bring this up like this, and then we're going to turn it this way. And we'll add a few more of these back in so we can get around. Okay, now what we want to do is start to organize our two nodes. We see we got two nodes coming down, right? So with the first node, we're going to put right along this edge. We'll run those through there as well. Right along this edge, kind of like it's already going, but we're going to go ahead and use our stackers to organize it a little better. Let's say right there. I'm going to go ahead and zoop these stackers as well, put it 3 high. I'm going to take this out, and I'm going to go ahead and rework all of this. So we're not doing that. And take that out. And run that up much higher. Now down here, same thing. Oh, that's where I need those. And so I want to upgrade this one as well. So we can basically do these at the same time, but I'm going to need my equipment workshop down because I didn't put extra miners down on that one. So we'll make a couple for this one. There we go. Then we'll upgrade that to level 2. We'll upgrade this, already did, to the faster belt. This now is going at 240, so again, very, very nice. Let's go ahead and make another rampy ramp. Now later on you get like a jetpack and things like that. We don't have to really worry about this whole getting up and down stuff. But in the early stage, you do, because it's all you got. Of course, I could just go for that too, which should make that help a lot. But you can see I just created a cross connect there for that. All right, so that's up there. And now what we want to do is get it from here over here on the top. And it's not quite going to reach, so we're going to go ahead and organize it just a little bit. And we're going to bring this across into the second one. From here into the second one again. This one is going to go into the first one. And now we've just kind of organized our lines a little bit, right? So they're not so kind of just running willy-nilly, and they're also not on the ground level, so you can get underneath them and go from place to place. Same thing over here. We're going to rework all of this. Take all this out. And now what we're going to do is take this and go count 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and number 6. And I like to put it on the line. I don't know why, I just do. Basically put it right on the center of those two lines. A nice running it down the center of the foundations. And there we go. Take this up now. Now it's got tons and tons of extra resources in here because it's been producing way more than it needs. And now it's going to be producing 240 and running that 240 down here, which is going to be nutty. Now, since we've got our lines already set up, you always want to be thinking about your power. And did I just cause all of my power to go off? Which is the answer of that is yes, because I can see it's red. So I need to go ahead and tie my power that's running over here back over into this side, over on this side. You can see all of these are taken up. So I don't really have any power there. So let's go ahead and just do this temporarily, and we'll come back and we'll rework our power later on. But we'll go ahead and do this. Run that down to there, and there we go. Those will start back up again. And then this one over to that one. There we go. Now also probably a good idea to make another one here, which we'll probably need later. And then we can back chain that back in there, and then that's going to back chain into all my other parts of my factory. And again, you really want to create these separate with one connection in there, and then basically create it where you can turn it on and off very, very easily. We'll get into that later. And then this one here. Now this one, what I'm going to do is do the same thing I just did on that other stuff. And I don't have enough room. Nice little box off to the side there. Drop all that in there and take all this out of here. Start to grind up all this excess, so I don't have to micromanage it, everybody. That's the number one reason why you want to get rid of it. So you don't have to pick it up and put it in a box and move it here and put it there and do the thing and put it in another box and another. Just get rid of it. Believe me, you're going to make so much more, you will lose your mind. All right, so we're going to go ahead and put this one up higher. For now, oh, we gotta. Oh wait, we gotta take this one out. This is the one we're going to put up higher. And we're going to leave this running over here for right now. While we set up our iron. We need this and we need this. So now we're going to put a larger box in here. Connect that in there. And then this up high. We need more concrete. Almost out of stuff. Come on. There we go. And then that. Not enough steel beams. Not enough of this, not enough of that, not enough of the other thing. Now, another thing that I'm going to be doing is fixing the thoroughfares so that I can get from place to place without having to jump over the wires or jump over the the stuff, right? I don't have to jump over the conveyor belts. I don't have to go around stuff. I don't have to keep doing this, because that sucks after a while. Plus, you're also blocking your ability to use your vehicles and whatnot. You can see I've kind of left an area here where I can just run along my vehicle and end up down here. The same thing in the center. We've made a center area. I'm going to be clearing that center area so it's just a straight drive from one side of the whole thing to the other. Also going to be making hypertubes and all that other stuff over there. And look at this still running even without the supply line there. Okay, so we got that going. What are we doing? We're going over here so we can keep this copper going in there. And then we already connected it down here, so this will keep smelting that down and keep making my wire while I'm busy over here. Okay, now one of my problems I have right now is going to be plates, and that's the thing I'm trying to make over here, is some plates. So I'm going to go ahead and just grab all this back. And you're going to see that I'm going to run out of plates eventually, but if we do this quick enough, we should have hopefully enough plates to get this running. I'm just going to run that down there. Okay, now what I'm going to do is basically divert it. Instead of having it run over there, I'm going to divert it this way and create basically a backlog of this same stuff, right? So right here I'm running this. This is 240 and 240, so basically that's 480 coming out of there. And what I can do is I can put that in a single box. I don't need separate boxes for it now, because I can run the first one into the bottom one, and I can run the second one into the top one. And now that's going into that box at 480, faster than the individual things can go. Now, at this point, because that's pumping in there nicely, and we should see the top one pumping in there. Look at that. Nice. That's what you want to see. Pumping, pumping, pumping. So that's all pumping in there. So we're going to go over to this one, see how much it's got. Pull that out. Put that back in there. Just kind of give it a little bit of a head start. We're going to take this one out over there as well. And we're going to move it over here so we can utilize it. And let's stay right there. And put all that stuff in there, and take this one out. Put this in here. And so we're basically just revamping what we're already doing. And we want to keep this running. So we'll go ahead and get our stuff back over here. Take all that back. That little bit in there. And so we want to keep this running. So we're going to go ahead and divert this one right back over here and let that keep running. So that'll go out of there at 240, everybody. That's way faster than what's going on there. And then over here, this is where we want to start doing our production of our thing right over here, right? Our smelters. Because we want to smelt all of this line, 240 of it, down into iron ingots, because we're going to use that 240 for that. The other 240 we're going to use for this, or even more iron items that we can do. Now, what we want to do is set ourselves up for success first, right? So what we want to do is go in and go to our blueprints here and make this like super easy for us to feed this in here, right? Now, which way's which, right? Well, guess what? They added an arrow so I can hit H, and they added an arrow to where the front of it is. Now, remember, the front is where the mergers are, and the splitters are in the back, and I luckily did that perfectly and whatnot. Now, that's just temporary. I can actually move it around. It's a hologram. It's awesome. Hey, President, what up? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. And as you can see, I can kind of fine-tune it to exactly where I want it to go. Let's say right there. That's looking pretty good. Let's give that a go. Now, just put all of that structure down for me, and I don't need to. And then I can just take this and run that into there. And then I can just take the power and run that out. Let's run it around the back here. Right to there. And if you notice, I like to put these down by where my things are, because it makes it really easy to find them. And then we'll just run that way over there. And that's already off and running. Now, what I really need to know, what I really want to know, is how many of these suckers do I need, right? Like right here, it's producing 30 per minute, 30 in. So all you do is say, hey, Siri, what's 240 divided by 30?
240 divided by 30 is 8.
Is 8. So normally what I need to do is put down the smelter, put down the splitters and the mergers, put down the belts and connect that. And then do that again and again and again and again and run the power lines and do all of that. Don't need to do that anymore. Now what you do is you simply do this. You go over here, you go to your blueprints, and it's 7th heaven over here, everybody. Now remember, you can also, I could have put a whole bunch of these in a row if I wanted to. And basically line those all up. I can also hit H to line them up and make sure that this looks like it's going straight across from there. And if it's not, I can move it that way and move it closer, further away, leave a little gap in between if I want to. And again, this is with update 8. I think this is the most brilliant thing they've added to it on top of blueprints. So it actually does work with your blueprints and a bunch of other stuff. It does not work with the water things. I want it to work with the water things. I'm talking to you, Coffee Stain. Water. Work with the water thing so I can fine-tune where my water's sitting. But hey, I'll take what I can get. Then click that, boom, and there we go. Now we can go ahead and transfer that into there. And now when that's done, it's going to transfer all the way across. And now what we got? We got 4 of them. Right? Let's go ahead and do some more. I'm just going to do a whole bunch of them in a row here. Right here. And again, lining it up. You hit H. You move it. So you got it in position. Watch for the arrows. See the white arrows telling me where the front is, so I know the mergers are on the front side. Now, this is a dangerous thing I'm doing right now, everybody, because I'm massively scaling up my factory, though I already took it out from over there. But I only had 4 of them over there, and I'm putting 8 over here. So let's go ahead and put that in there. And again, let's cross-connect this front side. And if I did it right, all of these should slide all the way through there, through here, through there, and end up right here at the end, and they do. Awesome. And then here in the back, same thing. I got to get this all the way down. This raw ore. All the way down from this side, and if it goes through there, and that one, and this one, and ends up all the way here at the end, I did my job correctly. There it goes. Now you're like, well, Kismet, why is it not coming out a lot? That's because the one at the end is usually the one that's getting starved. Now, we can go ahead and start all these up by simply just connecting these together. Look how easy that was, everybody. It's so awesome. What an incredibly fantastic idea to add that. Now, instead of just taking this and running this into a bunch of, construction thingies, the things, God, brain, constructors, that was right, into the constructors, what I can do instead is actually just basically do the same thing I'm doing here. I'm producing basically 240 of these and put those into their own storage right over here. So I can go ahead and say, you know what, I'm just going to go ahead and run these out to backlog them into a storage. All right, so I'm going to put that right over here, maybe a little forward, and then run that out there, and now it's going to start backlogging a ton of that, 240 per minute, pretty much. So basically just cranking that out of there, Now, I need to think about, okay, I have 240 raw ore to work with now, right, or raw ignits. What do I want to make? Well, I want to make a crazy ton of stuff. And one of those things, of course, is plates, because I'm running out of plates right now. Now, I could just run it straight, but I don't need to, because now what I can do is basically just run the all of the constructors. Now, before I do that, though, instead of doing a whole bunch of work that makes that go, I can go over here and make myself another plan. Now, I suggest doing it in 2s first, then you can step it up to 4s and so on, and I can clear the designer. And so that's going to take that out of there, and there we go. Now, by the way, it does keep your blueprints, so it does remember it right over there. Now, the next thing we want to do is basically the same thing that we did, but with constructors. So we want a constructor and a constructor. We want to have splitters in the back, like this. Now, of course, in this case, I actually want to go in the other direction, right over here. That's the way I'm going to run them. Now, I don't necessarily need lines that go that fast, but it is helpful in the long run if you stop your production and then start it back up. It'll just make it go that much faster. Now, I'm going much faster. If you have any questions or comments, everybody, feel free to throw them in the chat. If I miss them for any reason, feel free to let me know. I'll be happy to get that going on. And then these are going to end up in this direction too. So I want it to go this way. All of my stuff ends up going toward the end. Yeah, oh, that is not in the right position. Middle mouse button. There we go. Run that out. Run that this way. And then the output should end up right here. And there we go. So we did it again, right? We went in, we kind of pre-did it, pre-connected all the power, pre-connected our mergers and splitters. Now, of course, this is among the most basic stuff we're doing right here, everybody. But we're basically replacing everything that we just did at 10 times the speed because we can do it. Constructors, and they're inline right there. And again, we'll do this, and we'll grab this. We'll say select that as an image. We're going to go ahead and make it purple just for fun. Right over there, and then good enough. And we'll set the directory blueprint right there. Now you can actually make folders and stuff too, which is really cool. But I'm just going to put it there, and then make sure you hit save blueprint. Otherwise, it doesn't actually save it. Okay, so instead of doing each individual thing, now we can run over here. And we can go ahead and get these going. Now, I don't necessarily have to run it in the same direction that I'm already going. I don't have to run it like this. I can run it this way if I wanted to, right? I can just say, you know what, do that. Or I can say, you know what, I want it to output this way and do it this way. And that's actually what I want to do, because this way I could have all of my... where's my input side? Like this. Yes, like that. So what I want to do is put it in its own line, like this, and then I could run it that way as far as I want. And the same thing with the smelters. I can just keep running it that way as far as I want. So what we want to do, again, just line these up, do a whole bunch of these in a row. And we can also figure out, we can hit H because we can't quite see because this is very large. Very large. There we go. We can see the green line, so we know that it's kind of lined up. Leave a little bit of gap in there so I can get in between there. There we go. And so on and so forth. Now you can see the problem that's already going to happen is the fact that these are going to be way too close to my thing here. You can see it's already extracted a bunch of those or made a bunch of those. So what I would do is just cancel that and take this out and rework this whole part here. Make another one of these going in the opposite direction. Now, if I put it here, it's going to block me from going there, right? And if I put it here, it's going to block me there. And if I put it there, it's blocking me on this side. So what should I do? Well, you can actually try to do this, which I think would be cool if you could do it. You can take the industrial storage and try to put it up on top. But it won't let you put it up on top unless you build up over that thing and then put it up on top. So we could go in theory, and say, you know what, all right, we'll take a wall here. We'll get our wall going like this. Then we'll go ahead and get our floors going like this. Then take this out, and jump up here. Run that down, take this out, and now you've got your box up on top, so it's not taking up the room from down here. Now, another thing I want to try is go ahead and hit F and then hit G. Now, what it's doing is it's just grabbing that one item, and it's not grabbing the whole blueprint. There is actually a blueprint dismantle. Where is that at? Hold left control. Mass dismantle, left control. Left control. So F, left control. No, where is it? Oh man, where's the blueprint thingy? Oh, I forgot. My brain just went. Okay, what is it? What is it? We gotta go look it up. Options, controls, key bindings. Oh man, I wrote it down somewhere. Hold on. I think I wrote it down in those notes. Let's go see. So we're going to go to our settlement overseer here, and if you guys want to see this, I'll go ahead and put it in the chat for you. You guys can download that, try that out. I have a bunch of different things for Satisfactory in here. You update 8. Here we go. All right. Now I have a bunch of stuff that I want to try here. And this is one of those, which is the deconstruction right here. So G to fit the building. Swapping blueprints, quick E switch to use the blueprints, wrong direction, added nudge mode, build dismantle mode R. Okay, so it's R, it's right here. It's R is the one we're looking for. Okay, I knew it was something different. R, so F and then R. Toggle dismantle mode, there we go. So now we can take the whole entire blueprint out in one shot. Everybody, this is so awesome. It's so amazing. Amazingly awesome there, everybody. Okay, and I love it when they do stuff like that. Okay, and then we're going to go ahead now and just put our temp container in the middle. Now, why do we have the temp container? Well, that's just going to backlog a bunch of resources while we're busy doing something else. Right here. And then this also allows us to continue to expand as well. And it's also running ahead a little bit, so we can get some of that stuff going in there. And away it goes. Put all that in there. Okay. Now, again, we want to look at where we're going to run this, right? So we can run this and run it down into here. We can convert it into there. We can also just take it and run it back up and then have it do a lifter and do all of that. Well, actually, you know what? We'll do that. Hold on. Let's do that just to kind of show that off. Put this over here temporarily. Take all that out of there. Take this out. Let's do what I call a run back. I'll take all this out. Okay, so up above here, you got mergers at the bottom. And then stacking on top here, we can go ahead and stack some splitters. Now, the splitters, we need our resources back. Put some of that in, some of that out, some of this in, some of that out, some of this in, then all the rest of this, all the rest of this out. Don't need that. All right, control key for the win. All right, take all that out of there. Now, what we can do is we can rerun this back the other direction. The problem with running it like that is the fact that when you run it back the other direction, you have to actually double lift it like this. So it's got to be up here at the top, and then it will run up into this splitter, and then you got to take it, and then you got to run it back down into your input on this side. So when I put my blueprint down right over here, it's going to need to have an input right there. Now, another trick that you can do, instead of doing that, is you can go ahead and do this, and then go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then put 2 of them there, and connect that clear across from over there to over there. And now you've got it going, splitting there, going across and ending up over here. And so you can basically set it to go the opposite direction. So it'll go that way instead of this way, which is what you really wanted to do in the long run. And we'll do the same thing here. And then we'll just do this extra little bit right there. And then we'll go ahead and run this down. And then this will be our input. Now, the problem with what we did, now that I did it that way, is the fact that this input is going to be backwards like this. This is now backwards over here, right? Actually, the input needs to be going the other way. But the output is fine. The output is going toward me. I can see it. The green arrow over there is coming toward me. That's fine. But the input of the back of that needs to change. So we left it here, which is fine. So now we can go here and take this out. Take that splitter out. We can take the splitter and say, you know what? We want it to go the opposite direction. Input from this side. And then over here, same thing. Input from that side. And that is not in there good. We'll take all these out temporarily just to help us line that up. And I don't like any of this. I don't like any of that. Let's try that again. Let's get it from over here. Alright, so we're trying to reverse the direction so it's going in the same direction as the other side. Yeah. We'll say there. And there. That's a little closer than I had it before, but that's okay. Okie dokie. Connect there. Get our power back. Connect these together. Connect that together. And there we go. So now we just went in and we revamped the way we have our blueprint, right? That's not actually a production unit there. That's actually on the blueprinter. So we revamped the way that was. And so now we're going to go ahead and save it. And we're going to call this REV for reverse, or we can just actually call it reverse. And then we can give it a different color, like, say, blue. Or actually, let's give it a different color than default. Let's say yellow. There we go. And then we can save that blueprint. And then if we go to our blueprints here, I'm going to get my fingers to cooperate. Now we've got two different ones. We've got constructors reverse, and then we've got constructors in line. So if I need it, I still have it. But now I can have the one that's very specific to this. And that's what I would do. I would have the inputs switched based on which direction you're going to run them. Very, very important. All right, let's go ahead and use the reverse. Let's go ahead and just put this in here. Let's aim it this way. Let's go ahead and get it pretty close and then hit H to put that down. And then what we're going to try to do is line this up. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. And then we're going to move a little closer this way. Let's say right there. Yeah, right there. Boom. Take this out. Definitely redo this, everybody. Do not leave that in there. It's not going to work. All right, so there we go. So that should come all the way to the end. Nope, that is off by just a little bit. We got to go here first. Here first, and then down. See how that was off? That's because I did the bottom one. It pushed it out too far and then couldn't connect, but this one does. And you can see that now we're going to have that come down. It's going to go down into this one. And now these should basically connect in there and run. Now these look like they're running in the wrong direction. They should be running that way. Oh man, did I do my inputs backwards anyway? Ah, I think it was the same way as it was before. Let's go see. Let's see. We'll get this one out and turn it this way. Oh yeah, going wrong direction. And then this one. Yep, exactly the same. So it's not reversed. It's not reversed, but that's okay. We can hit R. We'll hit G first, or F first, and then R to grab that, and just take the whole thing out. Just like that. Easy peasy. All right, then let's go ahead and fix it again, because Kismet screwed it up. Now, you make a mistake in life, everybody. Just admit to your mistakes and roll on. I'm going to hit G so I can just get just the back of those. Take those out. Let's try that again, but this time... maybe in the right direction. All right, maybe. All right, there we go. And over here. All the power's still connected. Everything looking good. And this should be an input. Yes, all right. There we go. Then back over here. And then we're just going to save this over this. Do you wish to replace? Yes, I wish to replace that blueprint. Now let's try this again. I'll put our lifter back in here again. And then blueprints. Reverse. Aha, there we go. H that in place. Oh, that's actually the wrong direction. Actually, I want to put this as number 8 as well. I'll put that down on my bar. You can put stuff on your bar down there too for your blueprints. Rotate this around so it's going that way. Hit H to get it close, and then nudge it where I want it to go. That's looking pretty good. All right. Might actually have it in the right direction this time. Let's see. Is this an input? Yes, it is. All right. Output to input. Now, the way I know it's working is if it does that. See, I knew it wasn't working because it wasn't going on the belt. And there we go. So we got that all lined up, working good. And the first thing we want to create is iron plates, because guess what? We're running out of them. So let's go ahead and have it start firing that up. And then we're going to go ahead, take our power, and try to tie it back. But we can't tie it back because we don't have enough lines. And we'll just tie it over this way for right now. Get that a-going. Okay, so that's going to keep on rocking in the free world. Now, the rest of this is super easy, right? You can probably guess already. We just hit 8. We go ahead and rotate the white arrow, which is the front, forward. We hit H to lock it in place, and then we try to line it up by just nudging it backwards just a little bit. Boom. All right, next one. Oh, we're out of the stuff that we need. Let's run over here. Grab some more of these steel beams. That's why you want to keep all this stuff running while you're doing stuff. And number 8. So basically we're redoing what we already did before, but we're doing it way faster, as you can see. Way, way faster. Right, now we can just connect this across here, and then connect this power to this power, and then that sucker's going to start up, right? Well, it's not going to start up until I tell it what to be. So I can just copy this, Control-C, Control-V. Over here, right, same thing, and just Control-V on that one. If I got it. I get it? Nope. Control-V. There we go. And then over here, same thing, V, V, connect to this. Come on. My button's not working. Something's wrong. My belt thing's not coming up. There we go. Tried to press 3 and it didn't work. My mouse. See what we got to do. Alright, and these are feeding down. Let me get this one. Yeah, what's my button no longer working? None of my side buttons are working. Alright, time to save. Something's going funky chicken. Let's do this. Trying to get it going. Something going on with my mouse. Yeah, none of my buttons. All my buttons just stopped working on my mouse. Alright, fine. Put out the main menu. I have a bunch of buttons on the side of my Naga here that I utilize in game. Try to go back in again and see if it fixes it. So we saved, we logged out, we logged back in. Yeah, there we go. That fixed it. Logging out is usually a good one. All right, there we go. Because I use that a lot to pick my quick things down there at the bottom. Okay, so there we go. All of this stuff should be making some iron plates. We got to connect some power across here. And there we go. Okay, tons of iron plates. Now again, how many of these can we do? Hey Siri, what's 240 divided by 30?
240 divided by 30
Is 8. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now what I need a bunch of right now is plates. But I also need some rods eventually too. So I can retool the factory for rods. What do we got over here? Alright, we got all this. Now another thing that we can do way down here on the end, which I forgot to do, is to go ahead and take this out. Take this one out and revamp this in part. To where, again, I have a kind of fallback box. Where if I have a bunch extra, I can just go ahead and kind of force feed myself right in there. And then what I'm going to do is go ahead and turn this one at the end. So its output is in this direction. And then that's going to go into the box. This one is going to connect across there. And then I'm going to take out these excess. Oh, look out. I like taking out the excess ones because they just take up more visual space. And so now those are going to all end up in there. And what I can do is I can take the excess that I had from earlier and pump those in there. So what I did is I ended up putting it all the way on the other side instead of doing it on that side. And so there we go, and now we can just put all those in there, and those are going to run down. Now you got to make sure that it is pumping in there by looking at the numbers. You see the numbers going up or down. You can also just physically go up there and look. All right, yeah, it's cranking down there. It's making a whole bunch of those. And I do want a backlog. I always want to have a backlog in case the power goes off or whatever. It can just spin right back up to full speed. And you can see that it's running all the way down. Looking at every single belt to see if every belt is moving and doing its thing down here. Looks good. Now, so far, what I've done is I've used 6 out of 8 that I can do. So I'm going to go ahead and put a couple more down here. Using my 8. There we go. Oh, I need all my stuff back now. I can take this out. I can now go ahead and put this down here. I'm going to go ahead and boom, click that in. And instead of making plates, and this is why I didn't already do it, is I'm going to make some rods. So basically I can make either 2 more plates or I can make 4 more rods, because rods only use half to make rods. So basically I can really get a ton of stuff going right here at the end. And again, we can just keep doing this on forever, as long as we want to go, really, until it hits the side of that mountain way out there. We got to get back to our zooping. Zoop, zoopy, zoop. Come on, you. Quick switch. No. What's it called? Darn it. Build mode. R. Come on, brain. There we go. Get our build mode going so that we can zoop those. And all right, we got to connect these together. Like this and like this. It's just so awesome, this blueprinting. Just makes this so much easier, so much quicker to get yourself ramped up. And if you've already played before, you've already done all this, you know you could do this manually. This is like me doing like 3D graphics and stuff, everybody. I know I can do it, but do I need to do it is the question. Do I need to go in and make each individual things myself? Now here's the problem right here. We do not want to feed that into there. What we want to do with this is actually lift this up above the other one so that we can run 2 separate lines. One that's for plates and then one that is for rods. Now again, you saw what I did earlier where I simply went over here and I can use a merger or a splitter. Doesn't really matter at this point. I'm not really going to split it. I'm really just going to run it straight. But I'm using that so I can run that across and run it over there. So now I'm running all the rods down this way. I'm running all the plates down this way. And that's done. That is now optimized. Meaning that it's making as many plates and as many rods as it can. Now you need to make sure that you go to each one though and make sure that it is working. So I'm going to copy that, paste that over there. Get up here on the top. There we go. Go to this one, paste. Go to this one, paste. And there we go. Now we are making basically 60 iron rods. And we are making an absolute ton of plates over here because that's 30 times 6. Hey, sorry, what's 30 times 6?
30 times 6 is 180.
180. Now you're like, Kismet, why are you making so many plates? Well, I'm about to build a whole bunch of big stuff, and I'm going to need a lot of plates to do it. So that's why I've now switched from making a lot of rods to a lot of plates, because 60 rods is going to be more than enough for right now. And basically this now is going to be my production for these 2 elements, right, for plates and rods. Now, I can keep expanding on and make more rods and more plates and adding more lines and doing whatever, but I usually do it based on the node, right? So that node is providing everything for this one setup, right? So I got that one node coming in, 240. This whole entire thing is using every bit of that 240 and then providing those resources back in this direction. Now I'm also going to go ahead and create a backlog over here of those 2 things. So I'm going to go ahead and just move this forward a little bit. And I like to create little stop points in between. So this one's going to go over there. And then this one's going to go in here. And now we're doing plates right there. And then up here, you can see we're doing rods. And now I'm producing a massive amount of plates and rods because I'm out of plates. So I definitely want to crank some of those. Now, if I need more rods, well, I can go in there and just switch it to rods and then switch the way that it is connected, cut it in between, run it up and over, and bada bing, bada boom, you're good. So you can retool this however you want. right over there. And that's a lot of stuff. And of course, we had to up our power first before we could get this going. And look how clean that is, everybody. So clean, so beautiful. Love every bit of it. Now, of course, if you could just take that whole thing and just keep plopping that down again and again for every single node, that would be super easy mode, everybody. Imagine that. You could just take that whole thing, boom, boom, boom. Then you're really, really going to town, but that won't make it too easy on you. Don't make it too easy. There are mods that allow you to do that, by the way. You can just blueprint the whole entire thing. But you know, they have their style of game design, and if you want to change it, you can get some mods to change it however you want. Okay, so that's pumping a ton of that stuff out of there, and looking good. Looking good there. And again, I have basically infinite expansion out that way. Now, another thing that I want to do is I want to go ahead and do the same kind of thing with my smelters over here. So let's go over here and take this off the blueprints. Over here. Clear that. And then we're going to go ahead and start working with our smelters. And you're going to see this is very similar. You can notice that I offset it from the edge just a little bit, just because it's easier when it's away from the edge. Need me some more. That thing's just diligently still driving around over there. Back and forth. Doing your thing, brother. Ah. Put that in there so I know what's in there. Man, what happened to all of those? Oh, we took them and we ran them on the other thing. How we doing over there? Oh, we're already done. While I was doing that, everybody, it already finished making all the other stuff. All right, awesome. So it finished making all of these automated wiring, and the first thing I want to do is turn that off. And I can just leave that stuff on there. But the reason why I want to turn that off is so it starts backloading the rotors in here. And now that's going to fill up with a bunch of rotors that I can use later on in this process when we get to motors coming up soon, too. But yeah, now we're basically making everything. Now, on the other side, it should be making myself a bunch of these things. But it might have stopped because it might have ran out of resources because we didn't come back over here and fill up the resource. So that's the drawback of using the kind of manual feed or the offline process. Let's go ahead and throw some of that in there. Get that back to it. And let's take a look at our power too. How's our power looking? All right, yeah, we're even above. Even if we had every single thing running, we're still way above that. So no need to worry about power. Power's got itself rocking and rolling over there. Okay, so we got that going. We got this going. We've got these now outputting that. We need ourselves some more of these over here. All right, so those are now going to produce those over there. And we are doing smelters or foundries. Foundry down. Same kind of thing. Want to go ahead and what side are we going to feed these from? From the left side, and then come back on the left side. So what I'm thinking about is how am I going to feed it, and then how's it going to return back to me so that I can put that stuff in a box. Right there. It's a merger. There. And then let's say we're going to go in on this side. Now in the back of here, we're going to have a problem. And we should really do this first. There we go. Of the fact that it has two inputs on the back. So keep that in mind. And then input here and then output on the side. Yep, that's good. And then the same thing over here. We're going to have it lifted, so we can have the two inputs. And we'll line those up. Feels like lining up to it. Back. Where's my green line? Fine, H. Fine, make me go look and see if it's lined up or not. Looks like it's lined up. And we'll go with it. See what happens. And the one at the top. And then take the lifter out. Even in your blueprinting, take your lifting out. I would not trust those. Always last. Take these out. And then I'm going to go ahead and put... oh, those are mergers. Oops, my bad. We need a splitter. Put those back in so I can put the splitter at the top. There we go. And then splitter over here. The low side. And splitter over here. That lined up? I don't know. Let's go see. Doesn't look lined up. Now it's lined up. That's awesome. All right, and then we'll take these two out because they're going to be blocking. That's why we take those out. And now we got a splitter up there that's running into this one. So that's a splitter, that's a splitter, this is a splitter. So you have your two inputs that are being input from this side. Right there. So we're going to go ahead and run one item into that top one and one item into the bottom one. And then that's going to run into here. And the only two things you're going to run in here is iron ore and coal. So yeah, that's really the only thing you need to do. And then it's going to go ahead and make steel ignits, like that. We also need to do our power thing. There we go. I'm going to put it up on top. Just for fun. There we go, and then we'll connect that way. And we got our power up there. Maybe we should do that on the outside edge, though. That's going to make it easier to chain it, I think. We do it over there. Okay, same kind of thing, super easy. We've got our stuff lifted, we got our stuff in the low side, we got our double connections there, getting a little bit more advanced with the double inputs. Okay, these are boundaries. There we go, and then right here, boundaries. Where are you hiding, my little foundries? That one. Yep. All right. That one. And then we're going to set this one to purple. The primary one. And then save. Now all this work I did over here, I can very easily replace that with some different work. Now I'm going to move past this thing because eventually it's going to come back. And I want it to end up pretty much like it did like this. Where this is the actual, where the steel's going into. Like this. As well. So I definitely want to offset it. So eventually it turns back around and comes back and is giving me my outputs on this side. Right? That's what I want to see in the long run. But I like to leave myself a gap like this so that I can drive up and down that. So let's make sure that we do that. And then we're going to go ahead and set this one now to 8 on my bar. Look for the white arrow going this way. And then we're going to go ahead and we'll say... yeah, that's pretty good. Let's go with that. Now what we're going to try to do is double this up. Now right now, I can tell you I don't have the coal for it. But we're going to double it up anyway. And then we're going to connect these across. Right there. Okay, now we've got some inputs that we want to do. Right, we want to get that from over there up and over to over here. So we have some inputs. Now we want 2 inputs, so very much like this output here, we want to have 2 of these over here that we can just run in. So of course this one will run straight. Oh, if we add more belts, get more things. We'll run these straight over there, and then this one up on top, like that. Now you can't really lift that because the other one's in its way. But I could lift it up even higher and then just have it way up, and then you wouldn't have it at the bottom part here, right? You can just take it way up there. Or what you can do is you can try to go from here and go down like that, and then you have you can walk underneath it, which is another great way of doing that. The way I prefer to do it. This way you still have the ability to walk underneath it without, or drive underneath it as well, without having to micromanage it. Okay, so what we need to do is get a bunch of coal in one, a bunch of iron in the other. So we're going to go ahead and take this, and we're going to go ahead and turn it this way. And we're going to take this iron out of there, like this, and we'll lift this up just a little bit. And we'll run it from way over there, way over there. That's now going to start backlogging that in there. Now we also want to connect some power down in there, so those are all firing up once it gets in there, over that way. Now, what we also want to do is we also want to get our coal over here into this other one. Now, everything that's behind me here, all of this, gotta go. Now, I gotta be careful, though, because I can accidentally get rid of some stuff that I don't want to get rid of. Like in this case, I'm going to hit G and just get rid of those two. I'm going to hit F and then G again. And just get rid of these. Now, if you're very careful, you can actually get rid of these fairly easy. Because you can just hit Control, and then let go. Control, let go, Control, let go. It works pretty awesome. Like that. And then we can just get rid of all of this stuff. Control. Be real careful with what you're doing. And we'll leave those there for now. Oh, see, I accidentally got a foundation there. Or maybe that foundation wasn't there. I don't know. I think I got it. I think I accidentally hit it. All right. And then we get this. We got that. And then all that production is going to be gotten rid of. And now what I want to do is take my resources from over here and just go ahead and force feed it in here for right now to get this fired up. Force feed that in there. And now it's going to have both resources firing in there. Now at 240, by the way. Much, much quicker than it did before. And it should go right in there. No problem, right? Why is it not going in there? It's got power. It's not going in there. You know why? Because you're stupid lifters. That's why. Go in here and do the thing. You didn't even see me do that on purpose, did you? Your stupid lifters are always doing that all the time. Screwing you over. So make sure to go in and double check that your lifters are actually working, even on blueprints. I would definitely double check that they are functioning, and I might even go back to the blueprint itself and then take them out and re-put them back in and resave the blueprint to make sure that those are functioning really, really well. All right, there we go. Has this got power here? Yes, it should. Did I tell it what I wanted to do? That's a question. Oh, did I tell it what I wanted to do? I did not. That's why it's not doing anything. There we go. Make sure that I told this one. Yes. Let's go ahead and tell this to go this way. And this one here. Yes. Okay. I got all those popping. Going good. Oh, this one's missing a front one. My other one missing a front one? Oh, I did that on the blueprint. That's on the blueprint. I screwed that up. Let's go. Or maybe I didn't have enough for the thing. Again, see, what you do is you go test your blueprint. If it's there's something screwed up on it. Yep, I sure did. I forgot to do that one there. And then I forgot to do one somewhere in the back. Somewhere? No, just that one, I guess. And then what I'm going to do is take these out again. Because if they're not working, definitely revamp them. I don't like how this one is just slightly offset as well. Let's fix all of that. Take those lifters out. I don't remember. Let's do them again. Then what you're doing is you're basically fine-tuning your blueprints, making sure you got that all connected. If you see a problem with it, you can always go back and change it, like this. Now, I don't know if it automatically changes it in the open world. I would think it doesn't if you change it over here. But, yeah, you know, give it a go. Give it a go and see what happens. All right, now we're going to go over here, and we're going to save over the one we did before. Yes. And there we go. Now, it might also affect my ability to take it out as a blueprint because I did change it. I also added those lines manually. But we'll go ahead and leave it as is, so we'll roll it. Make sure that we connect this across to here. That's feeding down. That's feeding down. And now what we want to see is a bunch of green lights. Green light. Well, somewhat green light, green light. This one is full. That's why I can't go anymore. And then same thing here at the end. We're going to go ahead. Let that go ahead and run into there and start backlogging an absolute ton of those in there. Now, we've got a problem, though, is we don't have enough coal. And our coal is actually not being run over here right now, just sitting over here. And so we're kind of running stuff kind of willy-nilly over here. This one we can take down because we're not going to run that for right now. But while we're waiting, we can just take this box over here and just replace it with another box. Kind of more tucked away here. Like this. And then we can just go ahead and put these in here and just kind of manually let these run. Like that. This should be good. Oh, we took its power away. Reconnect this power in. Oh boy, this power is messy. Messy, messy, messy. Gotta fix that up. Let's put all that in there and take a couple out for me. Take that out, take this out, and there we go. We cleaned that up pretty nicely. And now we got our iron going all in a row. We're now getting all of our steel going in a row. It's looking sharp over here. Now another thing we need to do, make another one of these, just slap it right there. Put all our stuff away, because I can tell you this is probably full of... Oh, it's not full. Oh, interesting. Not completely full. Alright, then the same thing over here. We got this wall here we can take out now. And so what we'll do is go ahead and just kind of take all this stuff out, because we got to get it over to that box over there. Now, I could put a lifter here, but that'd be a mistake, because then it'd be blocking my other line that eventually I'm going to use. So I'm going to go ahead and go back over here, this way. Grab my resources back. Oh, wait, no, put the coal in here first. Coal in there first. There we go. Then take this back. There we go. And then just kind of run this out of here onto a bit of a pole. So we'll kind of look at where we're at there. We'll look at where we're at here. Let's say we'll stack that twice. We'll run this to here first, because it's definitely not going to reach. Oh, and I don't have enough beams either. Oh boy. So we're going to need some beams first. Alright, well, let's go make some more beam stuff. Now, we've already got the thing that we need, everybody, because we can reuse some of these blueprints. So I'm going to put constructors reverse on number 9. Because all I really need right now is constructors. And so I can take those constructors and I can just put those, just like I did before, like this. Take this, which is running this, and run that back in there if I had some more things. And then make myself some more steel beams. Or I can manually take it out of here and stick it in there since I don't have any steel beams, and it will actually start to run once I run it some power out here with our power connectors. Man, we really got to work on our power connectors too. Let's go across there. Alright, so now this is going to make me some steel ignits, because I need some of these steel beams to get popping off here. Get that kind of rocking and a rolling over there. Now eventually when I get enough, I can run that around like that. Just running these out over here. Grab them off the thing. Just need a little bit more and we can automate that. There we go. Alright, now it's going to take that. It's going to run it in there. And it should run into there. Oh, it's not running into there. What the heck? Oh, it's running over that way. Oh, because it acted like it was going in there. Okay, I just made a loop. I made an accidental loop there. Because it wasn't coming out on the side here. That's what it was telling me. I was like, wait a minute, why is it not coming out on the thing? There we go. Now it's working. So what it did is it went through that and it connected over to that side, which I didn't want it to do. That stuff's funny when that happens. All right, and then over here, same thing. More of these steel beams. All right, and then we're going to go ahead and set up the output of our steel beams over here. Oh, we need more of our steel beams to set up our output of our steel beams. Still more. those, and then we'll run over here and we'll get these. Oh, none of those. Oh, those are all on the thing. It's so funny. All I need to do is get a few of these. So, and this is why I sometimes just let it run and come back. This way you don't have these little pain moments where you're, micromanaging. You need to get, a couple more of these and a couple more of those. Because, you're going to end up with a whole box of them eventually. There we go. Now, we got that running. Now, look at that. We could use the same thing that we used before and just reuse those blueprints, which is another brilliant thing about the game. Now, again, how much am I producing over here? Right now, I'm producing, I've got 45 coal coming in and 45 iron coming in per thing. But I've only got 60 coming in. So that's really not going to help me in the long run. What I really need is I need to make a bunch of this stuff. Now, just one of these, by the way, can do 60, right? So it's already burning up all of the steel ore right now to put it in there. But I have a bunch extra, right? I have a bunch extra from it making it at the very beginning. So what I can do is something a little tricky here. I can go ahead. Where'd that steel go? Thought I had some steel. There we go. I can put some of that steel in there, and very quickly I can go over here and say, you know what? I changed my mind. Don't run that out to that. Here's what I want to do. I want you to go ahead and make me more pipes instead. Then I'll go ahead and lift this up and over. We'll go ahead and put this one. If we add more of these, we add more of those. We'll put this one over on this side, and then we'll run that over there. And now we have our steel production going as well. So now we have both our steel pipes going on this side. Let's take that out just in case. And then we got our steel beams over there. So we just replaced all of that production like that. Easy peasy, right? Now eventually that's going to run out of that backlog. And that's what I want it to do. I want to burn up all that backlog. And then it's just going to do the steel beams. So it's a brilliant way of burning your backlog, but still being able to make the stuff that you want to make. And we still got some more of this stuff in here. Let's put some more of that in there. There we go. All right, that'll take care of itself for now. And now we have that production back up and going. And look at how nice our base is now, right? We cleaned this place up. We still got to get our coal over there, though. We still got to get that rocking. All right, let's do it. Now that we got ourselves some more beams, we can run that from here to there. Oh, not enough. Not enough beamy beams. Well, then let's use some of our beams to know which ones are beams and which ones are pipes. There we go. There, and then from there up to there, and there we go. Now it's perpetual. It's just going to run and run and run and go do its thing. Now again, it's got to have a lot of coal. Oops. Got a lot of coal, right? That's not coal. A lot of iron ore. Wait a minute. Why am I putting iron ore? It should be iron ore and coal. Where's my coal at? I guess it's burning it. It's burning it faster than I can do it. Hold on. Let's go look. Make sure that it is actually going in there. Oh, I connected it to the wrong one. That's why you double check these things, everybody. That's why you double check. Kismet done screwed that up. And you're going to do that a lot. You're going to click the wrong thing, do the wrong thing over here, there, and everywhere. And that's why you double check before you walk away. You don't want to walk away for 10 hours and say, I'm going to let it run. And then you walk away, and then you realize you forgot to connect the thing. I have done that before, everybody, but not going to let it go that long, though. But I have walked away and come back and realized that I didn't double check it, and I should have double checked it before I let it run. There we go. Now it's cranking it in there, and it should be eventually backlogging in there. And I can actually go over here and get rid of some of that stuff in there. And now we're looking good. So now we've replaced our kind of two most valuable lines that we need right now. Look at all those plates it's already done. Holy moly. The plates and the rods are very important. And then, of course, in this case, my steel is very important. And you're like, well, Kismet, what about copper? And what about concrete? Well, we'll get to that eventually, but that's not a highest priority right now. I always go highest priority, and I work my way down from there. My highest priority is this, right? Now again, if I build a bunch of that, I might burn up my power too quickly, and then I don't have enough power down here, see? Enough power to build the rest of the stuff that I really need. So build the things you need first, and then if you run out of power, you won't be so, oh man, that sucks, I ran out of power kind of thing. I think we're going to save that again just in case, and then we're going to clear that. Okay, now, what we need to do now is up our production of coal, right? So if we up our production of coal, we could basically double our power again. We already doubled it once yesterday, and now we're going to double again, so really we're 4 timesing the power. So we can do that all by upgrading our extractors and updating our lines. Now, one of the cool things is this line right here that I'm using is already 120. So I'm already running 60 and 60 in there, so it's already at maximum speed now. But when I go to upgrade it, well, guess what I'm going to have to do? I'm going to have to upgrade that entire line if I'm going to run it on a single line. But if you're super smart, you might have accidentally added, or not accidentally, you might have added a separate line so that when you upgrade it to 120, you already have a separate 120 line and don't have to redo all your lines again. You're welcome. I just saved you hours of your time. Now, later on, of course, we'll come back and upgrade it, but we don't have enough to upgrade it to 240 right now. So the smarter thing to do is to use the lesser resource and make a second one to speed that up when we go through. So what we'll do is we'll upgrade one, and that one will run to the current plant, and then we'll run a second one, and then we'll run that one down, and then we'll make a whole second plant down there, or a whole second group of 8 that will basically do the same thing that we're doing right now and basically quadruple our power, which is awesome. But we also want to make more of our stuff out here too, right? Or more of our steel. So we want to also run our stuff at 120, so that right now it's running at 60 into here. But if we go upgrade the extractor, where's it going to go to? It's going to double to 120, and we've already ran the 120 line so that it will run it at the full speed. And then once it runs at full speed, we can basically double up on what we're doing. Notice I've already doubled it up right over here. So when that doubles up over here, it'll be producing 45 per minute, right? And 45 times how many ever we got going, in this case 4. Hey, sorry, what's 45 times 4?
45 times 4 is 180.
Is 180. So, hey, sorry, what's 180 divided by 60?
180 divided by 60 is 3.
So we could get 3 of these going with steel beams. So instead of it making 15 per minute, it'd be making 45 per minute. Or what we could do is basically have it also making rods and pipes and beams at the same time. So what we can do is just go in here and say, you know what, let's just add another thing, because once we get it working on the other end, it'll start coming in at full speed, and then it will automatically ramp itself up. So instead of running all the way over there and doing that first, I can do this first and just basically build for future expansion over here as well. Let's grab those. And then I would just have one doing pipes and then all the rest of them doing beams, because you're going to be using your beams for your lines at this point, for your run lines, for all of your belts and stuff. All right, let's hit H. Nudge that around until it says it's lined up. Beautiful. There we go, lining all those up, looking good. Let's go from here to here. And let's go from there to there. Power lines are already connected. Looking good. We're going to tell this one to be steel beams. Oh, wait, we don't want to connect these across here. Nope, take that out quick. There we go. And then this one over here, steel beams. All right, looking good. And then, see, now we have a problem of this thing's in the way, right? If we want to run this down, it's in the way. So the smart thing to do is switch this back to steel beams. Right, take this out over here. And then connect this one into that one. And then they're now all doing steel beams. Take this one out at the end. Take this one and put the one at the end as steel pipes. And then run that up. Now, I'm not running this on to another thing after this yet. So for right now, it's okay if I accidentally put a few of the beams in here or the few of the things in here. That's okay because it's not going on to something else. It's not going to stop the thing after it. But I do like to keep them separate as much as possible so that they don't get screwed up. And now basically I'm making a crazy ton more. Now also what it's doing is it's burning up that excess that I have in here, and I have a lot of excess in here. Look at that, see? There's a lot more. It'll burn through that, and when it can't do any more, it'll then downscale to whatever speed that it can go. And again, that's what you're thinking about. Okay, future expansion, do it now so you don't have to end up doing it later. And that's what we're going to do. Driving around. All right, now another thing that we want to do is we want to make another set here for our hyper tubes. So we're going to get those going. So first thing we always put is power, by the way. Power should be always the first thing on your bar down there because you run a lot of power while you're doing this stuff. Let's see. Number 2 is going to be stackable tube. Number 3 is actually going to be the hyper tube. Number 4 is going to be the hyper tube entrance. Now, hyper tube entrances take power. So keep that in mind. The more of those entrances you put in, the more power it's going to start draining up. Now what this is going to allow us to do is to go ahead and attach transport from where we are all the way to wherever we want to end up. Now I'm going to put it more in the middle here so I can just go ahead and jump right here instead of it being back there kind of in the way. So I'm going to go ahead and put a hypertube thing right there. I'm then going to run this down and kind of put it off to the side and click it and then move it up a couple. And it's kind of awkward there. Now you can actually change the way that it builds. You can hit R for build mode, and it will switch to different styles from auto to auto 2D to noodle and horizontal to vertical. I like the auto 2D because that one seemed to work best when you're kind of running it off to the side. So I'm going to go with that and maybe move it out just a little bit more and then up a little bit. Now, the reason why I put it up like that is so I don't accidentally walk into it. It happens a lot, everybody. Or you'll back into it. And then now, what's happening? Oh, my God, you're now getting sucked into the thing all the time. Now, I'm going to go ahead and take my power here, and I'm going to redo all this power eventually. But I just look for an open one, right? One that's nearby, one I can connect to. Right over here. Ba-bing. All right, so now I've got the entrance, so let's go. Whee! We made it all the way to here. Crouch underneath there as well if we want to. But now what we want to do is run this all the way to the other side, and then we never have to use our car over there again, which is awesome. You want to go the every other one or when it changes elevation. In my case, it's going to change elevation right there. Now, before I leave, this is going to take a lot of plates, which is the reason why I was making the plates, is so I could do my hyper tubes. There you go. Now you know. I'm 20 steps ahead, everybody. I've already built this whole thing in my head. But there's sometimes you building and you get it all in your head and you think, well, this would be better, so I'm going to do it this way or do it that way or change it the other way. Right? That's always a good thing to do while you're at it. So let's go ahead and now get all of these plates that we made over here. Well, not all of them, but a whole bunch of them. Let's also get rid of some of the stuff I can see I've got on my character here, which is part of this. We can go ahead and feed that in there. There we go, because we're taking stuff in and out of there. What else do we got that we could get off of us here? A couple other things there. This should be making a crazy ton of stators over here. Oh, yeah. Nice. Anything I don't want to deal with, I usually put over here by my hub. It's like, I don't want to deal with this right now. Just throw it in the thing. Get it out of my face. I mean, I could go find a spot for it or a box to throw it into, and that's why I put boxes in between different parts of the production, is so I can take the excess that I might have got when I was taking stuff in and out and just throw it back in the box, and it feeds it back into the system, especially if you put one extra of everything in there. If you put one extra at the end of the line, then any overflow that you have will get burnt up by that last one, and then you will never have overflow in the box. It'll always be using up your resources because you put an extra one at the end to just burn that stuff up. And then when it doesn't have enough resources, it just won't function at all, which is great. It's kind of like building in the future there. Okay, so we got enough of everything, right? In case industrial beams, maybe. Let's get a few of those. How are we doing on the... Oh, holy mackerel, look at all those. Nice. All right, we'll take, let's take 3 stacks of those. What else we got? Rotors. All right. Now, again, this is like just the smorgasbord now, everybody. Let's go in here and pick what you want. Like going to the loot buffet. Very, very fun. All right, oof, no backlog of those anymore, no backlog of plates. So we got to get these plates from over there eventually over the other side to work with this thing, because, see, what are these plates doing over here? Or these rods? These rods even doing anything? No, it was for rotors before. Yeah. So we got to get that all fixed up eventually too. But for right now, we're fine. We got plenty of rotors. Let's prioritize the most important thing, and that is getting this hypertube all the way down there. Kind of feel like we're going to run out, but you know what? Let's just get it going. And if we run out, we can always come back and do it again. Now, oh, here's something we should try. I wonder if you can blueprint hypertubes. You sure can. The hypertubes are not far enough, though. I guess I could do them every 6. So let's see. So this is 1, 2, 3. That'd be every 4. I would rather not do that because it takes more resources to put the ones in between. And hypertubes go really, really far. Much better if you just do it yourself. Put that up there. And disconnect it like this. Boom, easy. And again, whenever it changes elevation, like it hits like a point like this, that up there. I usually put the hypertubes in first because you got all this other stuff kind of in your way. And then now it's going to get really easy, right? So what you do is this is every 6 for the conveyor belts. But if I go to the second one, like I'm doing with my power lines on the straightaways, I can also do the same thing with the hypertubes. And it just saves you. Look how precise you can be, by the way. I just did that from that far away. Way over there. I just ran that whole thing. So now we can go every other one like we did with our power because hypertubes go twice as far as belts do. By the way, it doesn't matter which way you go with your hypertubes too. You can go that way or this way. So this is our last long walk over here, which is great. It doesn't take that long though. You know, in the grand scheme of things. Buttons are not working again. What's going on with my buttons? Something funky's going on with my mouse. I don't know if it's the mouse or if it's the game. Probably a combination of both. I'm standing in between on that one. Just thought of that. If I stand in between, it's a little easier to hit both sides. I could be using my vehicle too, by the way. Could drive along. Oh, and there it is. Out of pipes. I knew I'd run out of something. Here's the trick. When you run out of pipes, just run your hypertube down. Try not to make it where you're going to fall off the side, though. Because when you come back, you're going to fall off the side. Let's say there. We'll put an entrance in. Because we ran the power here, we can tie into this power. And we go right back the other way. Go back and get whatever resource that we need. In this case, steel pipes. And then this goes a lot faster, everybody. This is awesome. It'd be cool in the future if they also made the very highest end would be teleporter, where you could just teleport, whoop, 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 back and forth. That would be cool. That should be a tier 8 item, the last item in tier 8. That would be cool. Again, don't make it where you're going to go flying off the side, everybody, because that's bad. That's real bad. All right, we got some over here we can grab. Come here, you. Delete path. And pick up my little cart. I just had it driving back and forth there in case I needed to use it, and then I didn't use it the whole entire time, except for once. Again, I find that by the time it drives its way back to me, I'm good. Alright, let's use up a bunch of this stuff in here, huh? Get that small one out of there. Why do I have so many of these? I don't need that many. I don't need that many of those. Probably from taking stuff out, no doubt. Oh yeah, boom. Drop all that in there. A couple stacks of those at most. At most. Let's get some more stuff for... but now I could be driving around. This would be a good time to drive around. I could be getting some more of my beams. And now see how I can drive through here now. That's why I offset that. So I can drive through here and just go to wherever I need to end up. Wrong set. Oh wait, that's an input. Those are inputs, not outputs. Thought this was this. I already put the outputs on these. There we go. Alright, getting a ton of that going. Getting a ton of that going. Alright, nice. Now we out of here. We're starting to clean it up so we're not hitting those things anymore. We're lifting everything up off the ground so we can get under it with our vehicle. And I told you I was going to refix it. Now, let's see if I fall off the end and die here. That's always fun to watch. Watch Kismet fall to his death. God, time goes by so fast when you're playing this game. I've been streaming 5 hours now. About a pod. But this is so much faster, everybody. This goes as fast as the train. If the train's going at the same speed, they usually go about the same speed, so it's like 200 miles an hour versus your vehicle, which goes about 50. Okay, cool, I didn't die. And then we just take this back out, like so, and we resume what we were doing. Oh, wait. That's right. We got to finish our other line here, too. Let's go in here and add this to 5. This last line, we stopped it because we ran out of resources. But we got it really far, and that's the important thing. Is that we got all the way down to there, so now we can just kind of run it down the thing and connect it into there, if we have enough resources. I guess we'll find out here in a second, won't we? So, actually, let's do the hypertube first. That's going to make that easier. Doesn't have that other one in the way. There we go. And then bring this third line down. Actually, I don't even need to. I'm using my better ones right now. I can actually oh, you know, I'm here. How much of this I got left? I got plenty. All right, I'm about to upgrade these lines later anyway, so I'll upgrade just a little bit of this third one here. But it's going to eventually end up 120 anyway, because the rest of it's 120. But for now, we'll go ahead and do this. Like that. And then we got this line we got to do. And we're going to skip every other one now. There, but we got to still do our line. Every 6th one. Notice I didn't put a hypertube thing on that one because you don't need it there. And I'm really going by how my power is stacked on the side. See my little power pole there? Right here. That's telling me where I need to put my hypertube stuff by looking at that. Let's see if it works. Perfect. Getting there little by little. My favorite's coal spot for power. Me too. Me too. And it's right next to my favorite spot to build a base. And we're working on it right now. Then this is going to change elevation and flatten out, so I'm just going to do another one there. Oops, or apparently I'm going to do two. Let's put it in our connector first. What up, Fred? Talking to that dinosaur who's currently walking through my foundations like a magician. He's got magical skills. Ah, accidentally upgraded that thing there, which I didn't need to, but that's okay. I'm gonna upgrade all of this in the long run anyway. Alright. Less for me to do later. Alright, that's probably good enough. Over there, let's get this up to here. There we go. And then, oh, well, this is changing elevation, so we'll put one there. What the heck? This. Power lines. Power lines in my way. And then this one up there. Okay. Now, what we want to do is up our production over here. Now, normally I leave ones laying down here, but apparently this time I didn't. But that's okay if you have enough resources, which you should always have enough resources on you whenever you go anywhere, to make yourself a equipment workshop. We can make 183 of these. Well, luckily we've got a couple we can do. And you'll see me make 2 extra, like that. Just so I can go in here and basically go boom, like that. Now, it already had the ability to do 120 because the belt is 120. It's already a Mark II. This is a normal node, which starts at 60, and then when I double it up, it's 120, so there's nothing I need to do. That line is already set up for 120. Now, what I need to do over here is take the second line and take that one out. Now, the better idea is to wait for that to power up and be running the whole entire time. And when it gets about right there, I'm going to go ahead and take this out. Now, what I did with this is I actually put it on the belt, so if I take it out, it doesn't leave a gap. See, I didn't leave a gap there where I have to re-put the belt back in. It's already got it going. And then over here, all I need to do with this one is just run that up to the third one. And now I'm going to have another one running at 120 when I go over here and I upgrade this one. Oh, and I forgot to put my extra one over here. Hold on. Put my extra one over here so I don't forget to do that later. There we go. And that's for upgrading it to tier 3 later. Let's take this out just in case we need to build one over here. And I don't think I put my extra ones over here either. Look at me slacking. Look at me slacking off. I like to put not only that over here, but also a crafting bench in case you need it. So we're going to need to make a bunch of portable miners here. I already have one. I should make 2 more. There we go. Okay, now same thing here. We're going to go ahead and upgrade these simply by going Mark II and Mark II. And they already have 120 lines, and they were a normal node, so they went from 60 to 120. And then over here, 60 to 120, and we already got the 120 lines run. Done. Done. Again, that's why we did that ahead of time. Now, it's actually way more tedious to do it as 120. What I do is I'll just skip this whole stage I did before where I'm running the 120 lines. I'll just get to doing the 240s as quick as possible. I feel like that always works way easier. Put that back in there. Put my vehicle in there. Ah, Fred, you brought a friend. Oh. All right, now that thing's pumping out 120, looking sharp. Fred always wanted to be up in my business. There'll be a little gap there, but no worries, we've got plenty. There. Now, we want to go ahead and fix up our hypertube. Because eventually we want to come back and get this node as well. So we'll go ahead and grab this one. And we'll just simply just kind of drop it. And let's say in between here. Good enough. Put an entrance. Take this. Link it from here to here. Now, I'm not actually doing the power and running all the power plants over here. I'm taking all of this and moving this back where I have my primary plant. So I don't have to keep coming over here every single time I want to do something. I just come over here, upgrade the stuff, and then bam. And of course, I'll eventually need to upgrade the lines or add trains. Have trains come over and pick it up too. If I don't want to have all of these lines run, I can just run a bunch of trains. And those trains will just come over and pick it up and bring it back and bring it back. And that actually kind of sounds fun. Kind of tempted me to do that. But for right now, what we need to do is we need to get ourselves in this hypertube and check it out on the way out there. Look at all that loot. Hold on a second. Let's go back and check it out. Did you know you can turn around in the hypertube? Sure can. Some of you, I'm sure you know. Hold on. Let's see. Is everything coming through? Oh, there's a gap on that one. Why is there a gap on that one? So you want to check before you leave. Let's go back and look. There's a Mark II, but there's a gap there. Why are we seeing a gap? Let's see. 120. Looks like it's working now. It could have been just before. Oh, won't let me stand on that thing. All right. Trying to stand on that little metal piece on the side. We'll get all the way up here on the top. Whee! All right. You see, there's no gap here. Now, that's because that was running through there when it was still at 60. Right? So that's why I saw that gap. And before you leave, you want to see what's going on in the thing. Oh, no, it's not. It's because this belt is a 240 belt. And so it's running at a higher speed. So it's still coming out at 120. But since I have that 240 belt in that kind of spot, it's going to go a bit faster and look like it's gapping. But it's not really gapping. It's just the belt is faster. All right, so good. Just double checking before I leave, making sure everything looks good. And basically, we just doubled up everything on the other end. So now we have 2 lines of 120. Or actually, we have 3 lines of 120 running all the way back. And we don't have to go through and upgrade the lines to 240. And later, we can upgrade it to 240 and merge it all together and do all that if we wish. Or we can just let it run like it is and be fine. Never have to update it because now we have all 3 lines running. And that's what we want to do. We want to get all 3 lines running, and we want to upgrade all of our, or blueprint out all of our stuff to replace what we got, and then we can just infinitely upgrade all of that as well. Ta-da! Okay, we're here. Now, it's going to take a minute for that to all run down there and get here to this side. So while that's running its way down here, again, you'll see me just completely stop using the other belts. Now, this one we need to make a little higher here. Like that, maybe. We can get this to go across here without clipping through there. Perfect. Perfecto. And then let's see. This one was going to be the middle one, but we're using that middle one. Yeah, we're going to use the middle one for the side thing there, so we no longer need the middle one. So we want to take this one out, maybe. Hit poles to get rid of the poles. And this here. And then bring this. I can't see a thing. There we go. Bringing that down. Maybe we want to divert this one down and connect this other one up there. That's what we'll do, just to make it easier for us to run the lines. Let's do that one down there. Because they're all the same now. They're all running at 120, so it doesn't matter which one I run to where. As long as they are connected, then we good. Let's see. How we doing? Oh, yeah. Look at that baby go. Nice. Don't like the gapping there. But, you know, you do what you got to do. Eventually that gapping should go away when it hits that at maximum thing. And that's okay. That middle one, we're using that one now for the in part. And it's only going into a box over there anyway. All right. Oh, now we want to go up here and do some blueprinting before we get all up into that. And let's see if we can do power. Oh, yeah. Very nice. Let's see what we want to do with coal power here. No, we definitely want to move it forward. Oh, this is awkward. See if I can do it on the thing. Oh, you can do it on the blueprinter. Oh, that's cool. I think I did that earlier, but still cool to discover that. Neato. It's called hologramming there. You put the hologram in there and you can move it into position. Alright, let's put two of those together. Then again, we're going to do all of our back stuff here so we don't have to do this stuff every single time. And we'll already be in position. And splitter. That direction or from the other direction? Let's just say from that direction. Now, see, I can't put another one, but I can put two of them in there. And that should be more than enough. See, this would be making 120 of these a lot easier than the way I did it. I did it the old school way, where I put each individual one down. And then put in all the connections. That takes a while. I can't remember if I took it out or not. Let's do it again anyway. Just to make sure. Alright, there we go. Then we want to take these ones out at the bottom. And then we're just going to loop. We're just going to loop these ones just to make it easier for us to think. Now, I usually like to do them in four. Four of them across, but that's going to be too irritating. Do that. Oh, look at that! It's got like the pluses equal the thing. It's cool. Yeah, I like that. Except for it's still got to go over one more, but it's kind of cool that they got the pluses down there at the bottom. I didn't even notice that until just now. There we go. Again, we're trying to find a way to blueprint this so we don't have to set this up every single time up there. So that's going to be our input there. And then we'll just make our input right there in the center. Again, it's not going to be completely optimized, but it'll make it where, again, we can get this going. And let's go ahead. How are we going to build our power line? Ooh, that's a good question. In between? Yeah, that's correct. We'll put it in between. Looks good to me. Okay. Everything looking good. All right, let's give that a try. All right. Full power. Select our power. Try to find our coal plants in here somewhere. This one. And gonna go purple. Gonna make purple my primary ones. And save blueprint. Alright, then we also want to get these resources back by clearing the designer. There we go. And again, we want it to be sunk just a little bit in the water, not too far where you're swimming, but enough where you're not making it where you got a head lift on your water. I'll build this out just a little bit so I can kind of figure out how far out I want to go. And then we're going to go ahead and pull up those blueprints. Let's put this as number 6. There we go. We got to run pipes and things like that anyway. And then we're going to run it from this side. So we get the front. All right. Yeah, run it this way. There we go. But our entrance for our hole is on the wrong side. So we'll go fix that. That'd be a good time for a hypertube here too. Let's make ourselves a nice little hypertube. Stay right there. 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 Oops, no, I should have brought it up a little bit. Always bring it up a little bit so you don't accidentally get sucked in there about 50 times. It happened to me so many times. Alright, there we go. A little hypertube to help us come back down next time so we don't have to keep walking up and down each time. We'll just use the thing that's already pre-existing. Ugh, power lines. We're going to redo all these power lines so they're not in our way. Alright, there we go. And then we'll just run this off. Put that up just a little bit. It's on this side. And what do we got right there? Okay. I can't... By the time I got up here, I've forgotten why I came up here now. Oh, revamp my plans. Okay, so if you take the plans out of there, you can come back in here. You can load the blueprint back up again. Like this. You see it's all loaded back up again. And now we can go ahead and fix the direction. Now, it'd be great to just be able to click on it and say fix direction. That would be awesome. But no, we got to dismantle it and take all this stuff out in between for right now so we can stack that. And then we're just going to reverse stack this back down again. Oh, I should have done that with the other one. Hold on. That's what I should do. Reverse stack it down, and then I can just restack it. Now, the cool thing is I can just tell it to load the blueprint again. And whatever I did, just gets changed back to the way it was before. Okay? Pretty cool. Pretty coolio. And again, we'll take all this stuff out for right now. And then we'll middle mouse button this, bring that down. Bring that down. Take that out. Reverse the direction this way. And same thing here. Reverse it that way. Take these out. Take this out. All of these. Over here to redo all of those. Those out. Just redo all that stuff because otherwise you'll regret it later. That you didn't redo it. Now going that way. Re-put our pipes in. That, and our little thing in the center. Okay, now we're going to go in from this side and then we can stack them. So this is back on the water side. That works for me. And this one, we'll actually just call this one reverse. So now we're going to have two of them, right? And then we'll do the same thing where we make this one yellow. And it's going to be the reverse of the other side, because now I have one I can run on the other side, and then this one I can run on the reverse. All right, reverse, go. And let's clear it to get those resources back. And let's go for a ride on the hypertube. This is what saves you the most time right here, these things. Woohoo! Look how far it shot me out of there. Very fun. All right, let's try it again. This time we'll make this one number 6. And let's see if we got this down. All right, we're going to go this way toward us. And we're going to try to line them up across here. And let's just go ahead and hit H to lock it in. And then to kind of look at where this side is and where that side is a little bit. over that way. Like that. We can probably move this forward because we just have our thoroughfare coming through here. Seems lined up. But it's not giving me the green arrow, so it's going... The edge of this one is right down the line, which, yes, is perfect. All right, boom. So cool how I just built it all out real quick like that. And then we'll try to find one that we can connect into. None of these. None of these. All right, we'll take this one out so we can go there. And then, man, we need another line. There we go. All right, and then we can tie into those lines as we go down, or tie into the rest of the stuff as we go down. All right, now we got that run. Now we want to test the first one before we go ahead and do a whole bunch of other stuff that we are going to end up doing, and then go, oh God, we should have done the thing and the stuff and the thing. Let's make sure that we do all this first. All right, we got our coal running. Wait a minute. Wait. Hold on 1 second. How much coal we got in here? Ooh. A good amount. Might be able to get it all. Let's find out. Take all. Oh yeah. Let's take that out. So it's one of those tiny little boxes. We can get a much bigger box in there now. Kind of feel like also I want to flatten this side out here. And this do the box in the direction in which I already need it to go, so I don't need to change its direction. Run that down into there. There we go. Easy peasy. Then I can just run this from up here to up there, so I don't have to use a lifter. That was the whole point of what I just did. It's eliminated the need for a lifter because I already have the higher the belt that's way up high. Then we're going to do that. Now, it already has the ability to put the coal in there because it has power. But we want to make sure that it's actually doing it by looking at the lifters and see if it's actually feeding in there, which it is. Then we want to decide, we definitely want to take a bunch of this out. We want to decide how far out we want to do our water here. I don't think you can blueprint the water, but we'll go try. See what happens. I like to leave a little bit of room. I put that side way too close, so now I like to leave a little bit of room, and we can take a look and see how much room we left over here on the back. 1, 2. Yeah, we left 2 of them there. Yeah, that's fine. All right, 2 spaces in the back. Let's go see. Oh! Why is there no power? That's weird. Like that's not connected. That's not connected either. Oh, my power went off. It went off when I started changing those connections. I see. That's on now. This one does not have a connection, though. Yeah, I'm cutting the power off because I'm screwing with the power connectors there. But that's okay. We'll just add another one. Like that. And now we got it. Very nice. Okay. Now we need... What do we need? Oh, and that doesn't have any power again. Oh, because I got to turn it on. Got to turn it back on again. All right. Oh, our max cons are getting up there. All right, there we go. Power's on again. Now, there's a way later that you can go and make it where you can put it in tiers. So if it went off right there, I could actually make it where it automatically turned off my plates, or it could turn off my stuff, right? Turn off other things that are less important than your actual power and your transport. I would think your power is number one, transport number two, and then everything else is under that. We'll do that later when we get to that part of the game. But for right now, we just want to let that keep on rocking. So what were we going to do? We were going to do something where I ran up here, but now I got totally distracted. What did I get distracted by? Oh, and we don't need this box. That's the other thing. We don't need that box. Right there. And, oh, we're going to go see if we could blueprint the water. All right. Jeez. There we go. Popped a breaker somewhere. Flip the breaker again. Yeah, I did. Getting the coal is the hardest part because it takes power to get it going. Exactly. And I actually had my power right here. I had a bunch of biofuel. I had like, I don't know, 8 of them right here running the biofuel. But once I get my coal going, I turn that off. Because I do keep a backlog of coal, and I keep a backlog of water as well. Oh, look out! Scripplin coming in with 25 months of sub-love. Coming in again, so I don't have to keep running over there screwing with the thing. All I gotta do is upgrade my lines, and then I'm out of there. I don't have to work all my time over there, where I can work over here where my primary base is, which works, I think, a lot better in the long run. All right, blueprinting, let's go. Can we blueprint? Acquiring minds want to know. Where are you? Production. Water extractors. The answer to that is a whole lot of no. Cannot do water. That sucks, because I just want to put 2 of them together so I can put 2 down at a time. But whatever. Maybe in the future. All right. Let's go over here and work some water. Okay, all we gotta do is get 1 in, and then all the rest will go in nice and easy peasy. Let's get this where we can get up on this thing if we want. Seems weirdly rotated. All right, there we go. All righty, and just hold down control, and off we go. We're gonna need 4 of them. God, I love that zooping. Okay, now we've already got 8 of them going, so we already know what we're trying to do on this side. So basically all we need to do is just replicate what we're doing over here, which in this case you can see that we're doing 4 of those, and 2 of those are going into a pump, and 2 of these are going into a pump. We've got a distance of 2 in the back here, except for the way that I'm doing this over here is we're going to have some more connections to make that happen, because it's automatically doing the piping over here. Though I could just have it where I don't put this one in, and then the piping, yeah, I could just take that out. And then just run the pipe without it. Kind of like that, or just like this. Yeah. Now, if you go F and you hit R, you can take this whole thing out. Boom. Just like that. It's so awesome, everybody. That's blueprinting. And then now the ability to dismantle entire blueprints. All right. Let's go back and revamp this blueprint. Now, I could move the blueprinter down there and do it down there, but I love the hypertubes. They're fun. It's okay. A little back and forth is fun. Too much back and forth, tedious. All right, load, reverse coal power plant. And so what we're going to do back here is just keep the first area, and then that'll allow us to go ahead and run this down the line. So our input is on this side, and so we'll run this, and then we'll do all of the pipe attachments at the end, because I can just run 1 long pipe attachment to the 4th one and be good. Now, what I could do also is the reverse of what I'm just doing. So let's go ahead, and we can make all these separate blueprints. So let's call this one, let's call this reverse start. Right there, and we will save that one as, I don't know, another color. Let's say, not blue, but a nice red. All right, we'll save that as red. Select color. So we'll call that start. Right there. And then we will reverse that. Wrong buttons. And then bring this out, line it up. 1, 2. And then these will basically be a pair. So you put these two together, and then I just connect the middle part, put the two things on there, run those two other lines, and that sucker is done. And then I can put a thing in the center, and then feed that water into the center. So easy. I wondered if a partly submerged blueprint making would allow for water pumping blueprint. I'll have to try it next. There you go, Danger Copper. Give that a try. Let me know. Let's see. Start, finish. Fin. We'll just call it fin. Right there, and then we'll save that blueprint as well. Okay. Let's give that a try. Oh, let's clear all this so we get this resources back. Let's go see if that's easier. Or let's see if I got it backwards. One or the other. Alrighty. Let's get our blueprints going. We're going to say the... which one's the start one? This one's fin, this one's start. So this will be 6, and this will be 7. So number 6, we'll put that down. We'll hit H. And then we'll just kind of look at where we're lining up here. Straight down this line here. On the second line. Alright, second line. We're here somewhere. Yes, this line right here. Okay, then we'll move this over. So it lines up like that. I kind of want to move it forward just a little bit. And now we've got these lined up. Now, we don't have to line them across because they're not really going to connect to each other, but I'm just going to do it because it's cool. So there we go. There's the start, and then we'll hit 7 to do the next one. And if we hold down Control, we should get these to snap together, hopefully. Oh my God, that is unwieldy, bro. That is unwieldy of a blueprint. All right, we're just going to hit H. Let's go look at it. All right, that looks pretty good. Boom. So in theory, when we go around the back, all of this stuff should be easily connected together via our pipes. Oh my God, it works great. All right, like this. And then you just slide under here. You hold down Control, which will snap right there. You get on this side of it, and then you run this to here, and then you can just walk around the splitter on this side. Hold down Control, connect that in, slide back under there if you want. Oh, if I can press the right buttons. Come on, you. You got this. There we go, and slide out of there. All right, so now I've got different connections. Now I can also just put one right in the very center. Now see, this is what I would want a blueprint right here. Oh, and I got to put my other line in there. This is what I would want a blueprint, because that's a set of 4 there, and I could just let that stuff. I can just put that down, boom, and then connect 2 things to it, and I'm done. That's what I'd want to do, but at least I figured out the start and end, and then I just have to do a little bit of work with running the lines, and we're good. Now, speaking of running the lines, we're going to go ahead and run our power line down there. And whatnot. And now we're going to go ahead and work on our water. Now, again, these are going to be 2 separate ones, run from 2 separate sides. Oh, wait. Yeah, so this one's going to go to this one. And then that one's going to go to the second set. All right, well, let's get this first set together first. So let's go ahead and connect these 2. Oop, or if I run out of copper plates, how about I run back and get some more of that? Well, while we're at it, let's just get this feeding into there. Like so. We'll get this going. Now, see, once you get this down, you know, it's just repetition, repetition, repetition. And that's the part that gets tedious in the game. And that's why they added blueprinting, so you don't get burned out because of that repetition. And that's a smart thing. I think it's a huge, brilliant move by them. Not to make it too big where it's just like too easy, but just enough to where it reduces a lot of the tedium that you're going to run into by making the same thing over and over. And I've made gigantic mega bases. I've made giant stuff. And I've gone in and ran every single pipe and every single splitter and every single merger and every single thing. Took a little fix-it damage there. I've done that, and I can tell you, it does get tedious after a while. Especially when you're making 120 power plants like I did. Or maybe it was 140, I forgot. It was a lot. It was a lot. All right, and then we'll put this in the center. And this one in the center. Like that. We'll also go ahead and think about how we're going to do our power here. And let's say right there. And then this one over here. Connect those two together. And then find some power over here. And let's say right there. And then see if we have a line there. And there we go. I love watching those things spin up. So cool every time. Okay, now we want to have a bit of a backlog though, and we want to run it this way. Now what I want it to do is end up right here in the center, right? So it evenly splits it between all of them. And so that's why I put a center one in there. And that's just going to, very much like a center split that I do. And we're just going to put one fluid buffer in here. Now we're going to get much bigger pipes, and we're going to be able to combine these later and all sorts of stuff. Later in the game. Remember, I have played all the way through the game many times before. This is like my 40th playthrough, everybody. Not kidding. At least 40 playthroughs. Now, one of the things that I do is I recess it down in the water. And the reason why I do that is, if you notice, I don't need any pumps. That's because it's actually giving me an advantage, because like in real life, if you run water down, it actually pulls the rest of the water with it, called gravity. And it's actually working to your advantage, as opposed to when you're running it up. Of course, you have a head lift, and then you have to, of course, pump that water up there. And as you can see, no pumps means no power, means no need for any of that stuff. So we're all the GGs up in here, everybody. All the GGs. Now, what we want to do, of course, is connect that in there, and that's going to go ahead and get these going. And look at that, all four of them off and running. And, of course, it's also going to backlog a bunch of water in here, and then we can come in, like we did on the other side, and we can underclock these. Not overclock, underclock these down to about 100. So it's producing a little extra, but not so much that it's also burning up that excess power. And speaking of that, we got to go back and fix that other side. All right. Got it down. Easy peasy. We know what to do. Rinse and repeat that same thing again. Here we go. Number 6. Right over here in my little quick bar. Turn that around. Hit some H right there. Look at, oh my God, we're not even close. All right, over here. Try that again. Right over here. Let's try to get a little bit further over this way. H. To see how we're lined up. Okay, we want to get right over here just a little bit. We want to go ahead and move this forward just a little bit to line up to that side. God, that little nudge thing is awesome too, everybody. I absolutely love the nudge thing. Boom, done. All right, there's number 1. And then number 2 is going to be easy, because we just line it up to the one we already got. Over here. At least you think it's going to be easy if you had some cords. But I'm out of cable, everybody. So guess what I got to do? The walk of shame of out of resources. No worries, we got a hyper tube. Game looks good, and it does, doesn't it? It looks amazing. They've done a great job. It looked pretty good before, but in Unreal 5 is pretty awesome. They added a bunch of new features to it, as well as it loads more. You can make bigger factories. Just awesome. They're just iterating, and that's a real ballsy choice, I'm just gonna say, everybody. That's pretty gutsy when you're pretty close to near to release, and then you just change your whole engine. I mean, it's very much, they can carry it over for Unreal 4, but, I mean, hey, it's still gutsy. I give them huge credit for just going for it, right? Just go for it. Because who knows what problems they're going to have. Gotta go damaging fix-it property again. Namely me. All right, H. Easy. Connect our power in the front. Way down here into this one. Chaining that down. And do a little work here in the back. In fact, I could already stand inside here, and then I wouldn't have to slide under. Then I can stand on this side, hit control, then do this, and then walk around the thing here. Look, less sliding, everybody. Less sliding and having to get out of there. In fact, I don't even need to slide. I can just go out the front this way. If I want to. But what I really want to do is I want to go this way and go Woo, up over. And then do the same thing I did over there, where I go ahead and center this first. Center, inner. Add an extra fluid buffer in case I have some sort of problem in the future where I have to restart this. I'll have me a nice fluid buffer to restart it if I need to. Now, by the way, if something goes off, the first thing you want to do is take this off. You want to take that off right away, or there's also a thing in there, a valve, that you can close the valve so it doesn't use up your water until you fix what the problem is, right? So if you need more coal, well, boom, you turn your water off real quick so it has a backlog of water. You go fix up what's going on with your coal, and then boom, you're back to business over here. All right, and again, we're going to go down, so we're getting that positive love there. And we have one more thing to do right up here. Connect those across, and then we need to go across from over here. Like that. And there we go, everybody. We're going to have 4 more going here in a minute. Let's go, baby. Oh, first one's already going a little bit. Second one a little bit. All 4 of them up and running, everybody. That is cool, man. I don't care who you are. That blueprinting thing is cool. I love that. Reminds me very much of the blueprinting thing in Fallout 76 as well. That's pretty awesome in Fallout 76 as well. You can do all sorts of the same kind of things. Little pieces and puzzles of your base, and you can put those little pieces and puzzles and put them together like, like putting a puzzle together. Ah, so good. All right, now let's go see how hugely our power just jumped. I'll redo all these power lines later. Holy mackerel. All right, there we go. We got 600 going over on this side, so that tells me something's up. That tells me that this power is not being connected to the other side. This power is no longer connected over here. There we go. It should be 1,200. There we go. There's our 1,200. All right, so we just basically doubled our power again. So we doubled it yesterday from 300 to 600, and then today we doubled it, so basically quadruple from yesterday. Just that easy. Just that easy. Just a few upgrades. You upgrade your nodes, so your nodes are producing double, and you're good to go. Now, another thing I could do right now is I could go to my nodes and I could actually boost them even further, but I still don't have the belts to make that happen. I just don't have the belts to make it faster, to make it useful to make that faster. Right, even if I put, because you can't put a splitter directly onto the extractor, which I think you should be able to do, and it will just it'll just split how much ever it's at. So because you can actually take a pure node, upgrade it all the way, and then overclock it all the way, and it actually produces more resources than you can actually take out of the thing, because it can only go so fast. And so if it's coming out of there at 1,200 and you can only do 700, well, guess what? You're not even using it. It's not even useful, right? And so that's a thing. Now, one of the cool things is I have a bunch of pure nodes, which means I'm not going to have to overclock them in the long run. In the long run, I just keep upgrading them and upgrading them and upgrade them, and then overclock them a little bit, and then we'll be good. I won't have to fully overclock them. But yeah, look at that. Look how fast we did this side versus how long it took us to do that side, everybody. Once we had that down, that was easy peasy. And then guess what? We'll double this again. We'll double this whole thing again. We'll do 16 more on the other side when we double up again. Yeah, we'll do a lot. And especially when we double up our lines, we'll double up all of our lines and we'll double all that up again. It's going to be awesome. But right now, we need to focus on something else, which is taking a break. Let's go ahead and admire all of our hard work here. Really like this. This is all nice and shaped up. I told you I was going to tear that down and make that nicer. We sure did. We made that a lot nicer. Then we're going to run over here. And we're going to go up here and take a quick break, walk around for a minute, and then we'll come back. Maybe I might grab a little bite to eat. But look at that. Looking sharp down there, everybody. Now, look, we can just keep going, or we can just go over this way and build all day long. As long as we're bringing that stuff in. Now, we got a couple other resources that we need to track down. And those resources are sulfur, quartz, that other one I can't remember off the top of my head that makes quick wire. What's that stuff called? Something with a C, and a whole bunch of other stuff. Cadmium, something like that, that we need to track down as well. Now, the cool thing is all of that stuff is nearby. All of that stuff is nearby this spot right here, relatively nearby, where I can go and grab it and I can bring it over here. Now, to do that, though, I'm going to need a ton of resources. One of the things that I would do at this point again, because we did phase 1 where we got all of our basic resources going, right? Our reinforced iron plates and all of that. Then we did phase 2, which is basically getting all of our rotors and heavy modular, or modular frames, not heavy modular frames. And then, of course, all of our steel going as well. And we got all of that pumped up. And now we're in phase 3 where we've doubled our power. We've kind of streamlined how we're going to expand our base in the future, right? We can just keep adding more and more of these all the way off until the distance. And then just have them all in line. And then we left a little gap in between so we can run in between with our vehicle and get around whatever we need to do. And we can infinitely expand this, basically, and we can also go vertically, too. So, I mean, you can just go up and up and up, and just imagine it in your head, right? And so on. But we haven't done our copper yet. We haven't redone our stuff for our reinforced iron plates, which we got more than enough over there, everybody. We don't need that many right now. So we could be making more plates and more rods or more screws. Absolutely. And that's what we're going to be doing with that node over there. We're going to revamp how we have that over there. We're going to make it go faster, and then we're going to make out crazy tons of screws over there automatically. Then what we're going to do is we're going to take all of that loot that we're doing, and we're going to make it run into our higher end machines, right? We're going to make it run into our next level, which will be up above this, which will be our higher end machines, which are going to be making, rotors, and they're going to be making stators and all of those things, which I'll put up above. Now, the reason why I will do that is because this is just low end resources down here, everybody. And I consider steel low end resources. But we can run it up through the floor, up into the topper level, and then we can route it, right? Use the bottom level here as what's known as a run level, where you're just running your lines to wherever you need it up above from below. And that makes it a lot easier than just jamming all of your stuff together really, really close. Which, hey, if that's your jam, more power to you. But I don't like doing it because, look, you got lots of space, everybody. It's not like you're running out of space in this game. In fact, I could go up even higher, and I could go all the way across the whole entire world if I wanted to, which is also incredibly massive. Very, very massive, big time. All right, so we're going to let this run for a little bit while I take a quick break. I'm going to let you guys just watch it all do its thing, because I think that's pretty cool to just watch it, run all those resources. So while it's running all the resources, I shall be right back. All right, I'm back, everybody. I had to take care of some IRL stuff there. Let's put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me. Let's get back to it. Now, one of the good things by going AFK is that he's in there. There. Go down. There we go. One of the good things is now we backlog a bunch of resources so we can get into what we need to do over here. And get stuff revamped and looking sharp. Now that we've doubled up our power again, we can go ahead and scale up all the stuff that we're doing. We've got this squared away over here. I think this was just an empty one. Yep, let's take that out. And the next thing we want to do now is work on our copper stuff. And the cool thing is we can just kind of tuck it back here in the back corner and not have to worry about doing it up there in the front side. And since we are right next to where the node is, this is going to make this super easy. And this is when you want to have a lot of concrete, and I can see I'm already going to run out. A lot of concrete and a lot of plates for sure. That's why we had to get our plate production back up and running. Let's run back over here and get ourselves some concrete. We're going to up all of that as well. Let's turn our light on while we're at it. Thanks for those ones in the chat. There's 1,000 kiss caps for you guys having my back. Appreciate it for future giveaways in there. And we are backlogging those resources at breakneck speed now. Getting it going on. Okay, let's get serious now. Boom. Now we're getting it going. We're building different sections of our primary base here to upgrade all of our factory. Now I'm building very horizontally right now. You can also learn to build more vertical. Like a great example is our things here. I could have put the smelters at the bottom, and then built a thing on top, and then put the constructors up at the top like that, which you could do because that thing is actually like 2 stories high for the blueprinter. So you can actually do that. You can think more in 3 dimensions instead of just 2. But we're gonna go ahead and take all this stuff out of here now, and we're just gonna do our thing down here. I think we just got these down here. Let's go say wee. Take this out. And we're going to take these up. Oh, not enough room. Not enough room. Let's just get rid of that. Set up quick before it goes too much. Grab all. Go there. Grab all. Wow. What if you can't get rid of it? Let's get rid of this. Get rid of that. There we go. Pick up miner. There we go. That's what I'm trying to do because I didn't have enough space to pick it up. Alright, now I'm just going to take this out for right now, because I'm going to revamp the way that this is going. Because it doesn't necessarily need to go this way anymore. We can actually make it go the other way. Like that. Very nice. Is it lined up? Yeah, pretty nice and lined up. And then we're going to run that up. And let's say right there. Bring this out a little bit. Something like that, and then too close. I think we might be able to get it. Back up one more. Perfect. And then give our ability to go in and out of there and work with that down there as we want. Okay, and I think we'll also be able to get rid... Oh, look at that. Perfectly lines up nicely. There we go. Perfect. Okay, now what we want to do, of course, is start this extracting. We want to go ahead and work first on a bit of our power. So we're going to bring our power up here. We're going to see where this one's connecting. It's connecting all the way to that one. So we'll go ahead and rerun that line. Right through there. Very nice. And that's going to start that back up again. Then we're going to go ahead and start with a nice industrial size one. No, we're not, because we don't have enough resources. Do I have my vehicle on me? I do! Yay! I remembered for once. Yay! Whoop whoop! Let's go. Awesome driving. All right, let's get some... Whoa! We got a lot of that now. Nice. Now, at some point, I just start throwing this stuff away and don't even bother to carry it around. And don't need full stacks or half small stacks. All right, let's go. Planning for the future. All right, good enough. Now, what we wanted to do is come out of here, of course, and backlog for sure. I probably should offset it so we have a little space there as well. Yeah, let's put it over this way. Something like that. We're going to put this back down. And then we can go ahead and just turn it that way. And run that into there. There we go. Very nice. That's going to massively start to backlog that into there. For sure. Get that going on. Now, I do have a bunch of this over here on the other side. So I can now take all this stuff out. And I can go ahead now connect this side. Right there. Anything else left down there? Oh, yeah, right there. That pole. And then gonna get in my little vehicle. And now I've got a thoroughfare right there too. And because I raised my lines up, I don't have the problem with that being in the way. I'm gonna put all my stuff in there so I can grab all the stuff out of here. So it doesn't have to, grab my little car, there we go. So it doesn't have to redo what it's already done. Because it does have a lot extra. Ooh, look out. I do have a lot extra. Turn that around like we're going to go in the other direction. Boom. There we go. So that's just going to run until it fills and then stop. And then we're going to drive back. Riding that edge big time. We'll grab anything else in here. We'll take this out. Now all of this production line that you see all the way down the line, all of that's going bye-bye. Now you got to be careful that you don't hit something behind it, right? That's the scary part. So I'm going to go and hit G on this, and we're just going to work the splitters first. All the way down the line. Then we're going to hit, we're going to go F on this, G on that one. And then just get the poles. Try not to accidentally get any poles that we want to keep. Up there. Then we're going to go F and G. Just get the smelters. I actually feel like it's easier if I just hit control and let go. Like this. Of course, I could just say G on those. G off, G in. What are these, Mark IIs? Those are Mark IIs. Alright, that's why it's not selecting them. Alright, fine. Just get rid of them. Just get rid of it. Get rid of all the belts. The coolest thing about this is it doesn't get rid of your foundations. They're all still level 1 belts here. All this stuff can go bye-bye. There we go. Look at all those power systems over here. Go down there, take care of that later, but we need to retie these back together. And then tie that. Why do we have so many extra lines? Too many extra lines down here. Man, that all needs to be cleaned up. What do we got over here? Probably a bunch of stuff. Yep. Let's go over here and throw it in the awesome sink. Put it in here. All that random stuff in there. Still feeding it in there. Look at it. Still feeding it into that box. Ah. And then, nope. G. This. Then G and G again. Mark IIs. Oh, okay. You can actually use multiple of them at the same time. Ah, so you can use the filter to select stuff, and then you can take it off and then put it back on again, but on something else, and then build up a bunch of units and then get rid of all of it at the same time. Pretty cool. I dig that. That's very, very cool. Get this out of here. Take that out. Something running across there. Let's get rid of all of this. Ah, this baby is shaping up. This one will run there, and then run it over there. Get my pole upgrades too. Okay, so we got all the power squared away. We got rid of all the old stuff. Now we're going to run that right over there. Let that get back up to speed. And we good. Okay, so now we've got all of our copper over here, and we're ready to rock. We're ready to go ahead and smelt some copper. Let's go ahead and make ourselves another little row here. Ah, always out of concrete. Back for more concrete. Ah. More random loot on me there. Still too much. And we got a bunch of loot back. That's one of the things that happens when you're clearing your inventory. You're getting tons and tons of loot back. And then you need a place to store it all. I'm going to put a bunch of that back in there. Way too much. Oh, this. That back in there. Just a little bit of that for right now. Wasting a stack on a single thing here. I'm just going to throw that away. Screws we can put back in there, and then take a thing of screws out. Alrighty. Don't need that many. I'll just keep the rotors for now. Alright, so just kind of cleaning some inventory space there. That stuff builds up when you start taking a bunch of stuff out, and then you're getting all the resources back for the things that you take out. Let's go. Okay, here we go again. All right, now we want to go in and do some more smelters. Now, they're iron smelters, but they really don't matter. We're going to do 8 and 9, or actually reverse, I think, 9. Let's do 8. Or I set it as 8, and then we're going to put the front this way. And then this is going to go ahead and feed directly into there. Yeah, we'll get it how we like it. We'll hit H, and then we'll nudge it into position. Just stand there and look. Yeah, it looks pretty good. We're going to take that. We're going to run that right into there. We're going to take this, and we're going to run that right over there. So that's up and running with those two. And then we're going to tell this first one to... actually, it did remember. It did remember that it was supposed to be iron ingots and not copper. That's cool. I didn't know it did that. Well, now I got to make one that's copper, or I could just change it myself. That's just fine for me to change it myself. All right, so we're doing 120 now. And so we need to do 30 divided by 120. Hey Siri, what's 120 divided by 30? Hey Siri. Hey Siri. What are you doing, Siri? Are you dead? Hey Siri. What's going on? Oh, my iPhone restarted itself. Hey Siri. What's 120 divided by 30? Is 4. All right. So we got 4 popping down here as well, but I think we updated this to 240, didn't we? Yeah, it's 240. So, so it's actually going to be 8. Those are all running down that way, and so we'll put a couple more down. God, this makes this so much nicer. I can't tell you how much nicer this is just to be able to plop these down like this. So much nicer. It's gonna go there. This here. This one to that one. This one to that one. That one to that one. There we go. And we need to go to one of these. Just copy it, paste it in there. Paste that one. Connect all these together. Alright, so they're all coming down to this end. Very nice. We got this all the way down. Yep, all the way down. Looking good. I'm still looking for iron ore. I didn't paste it in there. Oh, did I paste the wrong thing? I might have. I might have pasted the wrong thing. I can tell I pasted the wrong thing because it's not working. There we go. We need greens all the way down. Yep, greens all the way down. All right. Now we got it popping. Now what it's going to do is fill the first one, and then when it fills that one, it's going to go to the next one, and next one, next one. How much you got left on your stream? I don't know until I feel like stopping today. That's how Fridays are. When I feel like stopping, then I stop on a Friday. Actually running really long today. I've been going for about 6 hours. So don't really know, but stick around and enjoy it. All right, so all the way down to there, and then the same thing we did before. We need to split up this 240 ore into stuff that we want to do. Again, we want to also have like infinite expansion in this direction, so we don't want to block ourselves, so that we can just keep going in that direction. And the same thing with the next line. We don't want to do that, so we're going to go ahead and do this. I kind of feel like I should have just automatically ran it that way instead of running it back. I did that over here where I could have just turned all of the things and run them back the other way. I might want to fix that blueprint. See how that where I brought it up and I ran it back? Where I could have just had all of these going that way and then you wouldn't need this. You know what? I'm going to fix that. Using that dismantle filter. Oh, gotta do it each time you go back in. Alright, I'm gonna turn these the other way, because this is unnecessary. Just takes up extra room in my space. Right there. Alright. Now I'm gonna go back to the original and turn it around the other direction. In here. Now I've got too many connections already in here, so it's just faster for me to go in and do this, but I could go in and just redo the blueprint and take the whole blueprint out and do all of that. Oh, sucks when you're sucks when you don't have those skates yet. Ah, go in the thing. Go in the thing. There we go. Awkward. Awkward. All right, so what I'm doing is I'm changing the direction of where all my stuff is going. This is not too hard. This actually goes pretty quickly, especially when you're up above, so you can see what you're doing. It also remembers the direction based on the last one you did, which is super useful. And just double click these. All of that. Okay. That was awkward. Okay, now it should be automatically feeding it all the way to the end. This direction. And then around there and like that. Yeah, see, and then we limited the whole thing on the top because I was going to run it down that side, and I thought, why am I running down that side? I can just run it down this side in case I need to feed some of this in here, right? In case I have some extra and I want to feed it in the box, I want to have it on the side in which I'm going to be hanging out the most, as opposed to having on the other side where I'd have to run all the way down there to feed it in there. So what we want to do is reverse our pattern here in the other direction so that the output is going the other way. So let's see, which one we're using. We're using the purple one. So let's load the blueprint. And this is going to be smelters right here. So again, our output, take these out. Let's see, our output. Whoa, holy mackerel! Lightning coming in, scared the heck out of me. That's so much louder for me, everybody. Hello, Unforgiven. I see you there. Thank you so much for the 1,000 biddies. Make sure to show them some love in the chat, everybody. We're having some fun. We're doing an extra long bonus stream right now. Just having a great time in Satisfactory. Incredibly fantastic game. Let's see. It was going this way, I think, before on the merger guide. Now I can't remember. It was merging it that way, so now I want it to face this way. Alright, so it's coming down on this end. Yeah. Like that. Then here. Oh, that's not in the right position. Come out of there. It's going to go all the way to the end. Come out on this side, and it's going to go in on that side. Okay, let's save that. I think I'm just going to save over the one I already had. Save blueprint. Confirm. Okay, now we already fixed this one over here, so we're not going to bother to redo that one. But we're just getting started on this one, so we might be able just to redo that real quick and get that going. So let's just go ahead and do something like this. We hit F, and then we hit R, and then we can just go boom. That's just so cool, everybody. It's so cool. You can just take the blueprints out as a whole, and then if you got anything left over, you just hit G. Oh, wait, listen, I'm dropping loot. You just hit G, and you just run it again to limit it. Put all that down. So I hit F on this, and then G, and then it's only going to get those, instead of getting my foundations, which sucks when it does that. So we're only going to get our level 3 belts, by the way. Very specifically, a certain type of belt. And then we just took all that out in just a few seconds, which is cool. So cool. Okay, let's get our actual resources out of here. Holding down Control and left clicking, so I don't get all this other stuff out of there. All that in there for now. Oh, that's some more stuff up here and right there I can get off of me. Get that out of there. Alright. Now we'll do that again, except for hopefully better this time. Let's see. Let's see if it figures out that it's actually changed in here. So this is going to go there, and that's going to come back there. Yeah, perfect. Alright. Hit H to go into holographic mode. That is definitely not lined up. Let's move it over just a little bit. Boom. And then we're just going to do this the easy way by doing a whole bunch of them in a row. H. That way as far as I can. H. Just looking for that green line. Then I hit H, right arrow, to make sure it's as close as it can be, and then go right there. Then we'll connect the whole back sides here. Every other one. Go ahead and run this over here. Connect all of our power. Like this. Connect this power. Go there. Go to this first one. Tell it to be the right one. Copy that. Paste it on that one. And then connect all these ones. And now they should all be going down to the end on this side, like that. And then right to a nice little box that we could feed if we have some extra, if we feel like it. Man, my little green lines are not really helping me today. There we go. Sometimes they just don't seem to show up. And there we go. Now it's coming back down this way. See, look how easily we fixed our blueprints there. That's cool. Love it. Okay, now we got to take some of this stuff that we already made earlier here and feed it into this box before it maxes out. There we go. All right, and we need to move this out of the way. Say over here. Sort that. Take this out. Still dropped the box on the ground. And then what's this? This is copper ore. Maybe we could put some of this in here. Nope, it's already maxed. We'll just stick it over here on the side then, along with this stuff. Okay, so we got that going. Now we want to go ahead and wherever I park this vehicle, but it's always in the way. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter where I put my little box either. It's always in the way. Okay, so now going the other way, we have 240 to deal with. Now we want to go ahead and do number 9, which again is going to go in on this side and out on the other side. Very nice. And I just kind of feel like lining them up like that. Kind of feeling the vibe right there. And running this out into there. And then these here are going to make, what? Wire. Where's my wire? Electronics. Use out wire. Alright, so that's going to make wire there. And then we're going to need more power. Gonna run right down. And off it goes. And then it's going to come out of there and run to, nope. Wire. You might be thinking, Kismet, you're building this really far away from your hub. Won't be an issue in the long run. Won't be a problem. Alright, there we go. It's making wire. Pumping that wire out. Alright, let's copy this and let's paste that over there. And let that do its thing. And is it doing it? Huh. I thought I changed it. Wire. Copy, copy, copy. Paste. There we go. It must have been doing some wire because it had wire in there. Maybe I accidentally changed it. I don't know. Okay, so how much are we doing right here? This is 15 in and 30 out, so that's only 30 right there. So we can make a crazy ton of wire, but what we really need to be making is copper sheets. So we need to be making wire, and we need to be making copper sheets. Let's get all that lined up. Like that. What is the thing we're going to use the most? Probably copper sheets. Now the thing is what we need to do is we need to take some of this wire and we need to run that wire to make the, take the wire and make the cable from it. Let's run this out a little bit. But for the copper sheets, we don't need to do that. So probably we should make wire and copper sheets in line. Maybe that should be copper sheets. Let's put down some more and see how we go from there. Put that down. Go back here and see how we're lining up. Definitely got to go out just a little bit. Copper sheets here. Copy. Paste. There we go. On the power. Did I run it? Nope. There we go. Alright, that's going to make copper sheets, and this is going at 20 per minute. So 20, 40. I feel like we're going to need more of those. So let's go ahead and do a double on that. H that. Edge over. That's going to do more. Copper wire there. Connect those together. And this copper wire is going to connect to that copper wire. And then this will go up. Run into that one. Okay, now we got that. Now what we need is we need to make some copper wire, and then need to make some wire and then make cable. Maybe at the end. We got that thing in the way. I think 2 wire would be fine. So again, this is 20 per minute, so that's 80. This is 30, 80, 90, 110. I should write that down. Out of 240, by the way, everybody. That's 110 out of 240. It's a lot. It's a lot that we can do over here. Just from what we're producing right here with these ones over here. So this is going to go on for a while here. Yeah. And again, we can go ahead, put that down. Let's just put a bunch of these down. We always take them out if we don't want to. Don't need them. Let's run this down to there. Run that down to there. Okay. And then we need... Oh, wait, these are backwards. These look backwards. Why do these feel backwards? The power's in the back. Totally backwards. All right. R. Take that out. Take that out. There we go. Oh, you little. Trying to get that. Screwed me up. No worries. Put it back in. Okay, my plans were backwards. All right, let's try that again. There we go. Make sure the power is in the back before we start connecting them all. Man, we can make a lot of copper stuff. It's finding out how much of each thing that you really want to make. I don't think I want to make that much wire. I think I want to make more of this into copper sheets. This is copper sheets. Yeah, let's just make a ton of copper sheets. Okay. How many copper sheets we got going? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hey, sorry, what's 8 times 20?
8 times 20 is 160.
160. All right. Got to keep track of all of this because they're in different segments. You don't need that much cable at this point, everybody. I got so much cable coming out of my ears. Let's see, and this is 15, so that's 30 there. Over here. That's 190. All right, 190 worth we've already used, and we have 50 left. So let's go over here and just make the rest of this wire. Oh, I don't need to do that. I can just do this. Oh, funny irony. Do not have enough cable. Do not have enough cable. Where's my little vehicle? Hey, I actually left it over here. Look at this. Oh, this way. It's always funny when I need the resource that I'm actually trying to make. I find that funny every time. It's like, oh, I need cable so I can start my cable going. That's how it goes. Okay, so pick up them cables and go make some cable. Whoa, crazy driver. That whole leaning thing throws me off. I just go this way. There we go. Okay, let's make some more stuff. Okay, again, 190, so we have 50 left. All right, 9. Right there. So this is going to be wire. It's going to be 15, 30. Let's just do 60, even though we have 50, and then we'll burn up all the excess as well. Let's just do that. Any excess thing we have will be good to go. Okay, so those are going to make wire. And let's go over here and tell this one to be wire. Copy, copy. Pasta, pasta. Pasta there. Copy, pasta there. And then the raw resources. Way down to the end. We got resources coming down. We sure do. All right, all the way to the end here. Connecting the power together. And that chaining power works so awesome when you put the power in ahead of time. So great. Okay, that's going to burn up every bit of those resources. Again, if you're going to do it, you might as well use every bit of that resource if you're going to do it. But of course, this is really scaling up our power, everybody. Let's use a lot of power right now. Let's go take a look. Actually, not too much. 739, and we have 1,200. Not too bad. But look how much bigger our production is of just our copper, everybody. That's a lot more, everybody. We had like 4 or 5 of them going, and now we have a whole line of them going. That's a tremendous amount more. All right, and we're going to go ahead and connect these together here. What we're going to do is also produce some wire. Now, wire comes in at what speed? So we're going out at 30. And this is 30. This is 60 coming in. So this goes out at 30. So 30, that's 60. 30, that's 60. Actually, we should do this. Yeah, we should do that. And then run these. Or actually, it doesn't really matter. I can just run to the end and then we'll all feed through eventually. Anyway, just do this. And then we're going to put another one of these right here in the front. Like this. And this power back to that one. And then this one's going to make wire or cable. And it's going to do 60 per minute. And we're producing over here 30 and 30, which is 60 in one pair, and then the other one we're making 30 and 30, so that's roughly 120. So that's basically going to power both of these in theory. Now, because our numbers aren't perfect, because we're at 50 instead of 60, it won't be exactly perfect, but it'll do good enough. Good enough. All right, and then we'll run this over that way, and then that'll start pumping that out. We get this one as cable. There we go. That one's already going. We'll put this on here and aim it that way. One of the things I would like it to do is to put my stand in there for me automatically. Have the option to do this. That would be awesome. Put it up really high. Actually, let's change this now. way. We're going to chain that all the way back down. Oh well. Run it through the thing. I don't like it, but we'll just do it. Get it going. All right, so we got all 3 of those going again at max levels. What do we got in here? A bunch of... Let's just trash all that stuff. Trash it. Taking up my space. All right, and now we've got our copper items pumping out over there. Very nice. Okie dokie. And now we got that all revamped. Let's check that power again. How we looking? Oh yeah, plenty. All right, how we doing on time? All right, probably be a good time to try to let this stuff run for a little while. I'd like to up my concrete in my other one first. Let's get those 2 done first, I think. And revamp all of that. Because this all needs to be redone, too. Whoa! Nailed it. Okay, let's take this out. Grab one of these. And then upgrade. Oh, and I don't have enough thingy things. Let's make some. So this is why you should always keep a little bit of resources in case you get all the way over. And I have a whole box full of them, I'm sure, back there I could use. But, you know, do what you gotta do. In the moment. Save you from running back. There we go. Alright, we got that popping. Now what we want to do is get this. Run. Oh, wow, right next to it. This is crooked. This is crooked compared to my world grid. Don't like it. Alright, we should fix the power too while we're at it. Oh, it's actually a half step down there. That's okay, we can fix that. Still getting the hang of that new adjusted thing. Throws me off. Alright, let's go up on top here and get our stuff popping. First thing we're going to do is run a nice little power line right here in the back. There we go. That still looks crooked to me. Don't like it. Nope. No crooked. Alright, bring those resources up. Bring those resources up. Da, 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 da. Little song in my head, everybody. Alright, let's get this popping. Each that. And line that up. Yeah, let's say that. Good enough. All right, now we want to go ahead and run our power down the line. that's chaining across there. Alright, whatever works. This is kind of convoluted here. Convoluted. Go there. There we go. I looked down there, the thing on the blueprinting, and I was like, wait, that power's not connected. My blueprinter. Too funny. All right. Too funny. God, this power is just terrible. I don't like anything to do with this power. Just run really bad. It's got to be fixed. God, where's all this going? Let's go over there. All right, we can take this out because we're going to replace this over here in a second. You got that pinging over that way. Take that out. Just run that straight across that way. All right. A little less oddly run there. There we go. I think we already upgraded this one. Yeah, it's a Mark II. Okay. So we got all that rocking. You were super pros, had to wake up chat. Well, there you go. You did good. You made me jump. I've seen how crazy and how much spaghetti mine and friends of yours OCD would go insane. Yeah, see, I get OCD from me doing it. That's when you really know it's bad. I was like, ah, God, I'm causing myself to get triggered. But yeah, very, very fun, though. All right, there's nothing in there. Good. Let's take that out. How about over here? Oh, yeah, this is all good. All right, bye-bye, stuff. Take all this out. Hit G. So I can just take those out like that, and then G, and then G again. All right. You did me wrong there. G. There we go. Let's try it again. And then, do I just aim at the next thing and hit G? G. Manual filter now on splitter. And then G on that one. Merger. Ah, okay. So you just hit it again. You don't have to turn it off and then turn it back on again. You just hit it again and then it switches to the thing that you were using. Ah, okay. I get it now. Alright, what are we doing up here? I'll get this out of here. Alright, probably don't even need this whole section over here now. Probably get rid of all of these foundations as well. No reason to keep them if you're not using them. Take it all out. Like here. Get all that sweet loot back again. And let's see, we were running this down the side here. I think we can take all of this out as well, and we'll get under there and we'll take all that stuff out later. Bow. Okie dokie. Got that going. My vehicle's way over there. I always think about it about right now. Dang, what did I do with my car? Tempted to get a couple of them driving up and down and just where I'm at. And I couldn't make a Hypertube though. I could just as easily do that too. Alright. Let's fill that one in. Maybe another one there. And then we're going to go this way. Oh, not there. That's going to run into a wall there. Yeah, let's say right here. Yep. That's good. Want to have lots of space for expansion in the future. So we're just going to do that. And the cool thing about this is that when it comes to doing concrete is you don't even need the smelters because you don't smelt it. You just basically take it and you put it into your constructors and you let that sucker run. And so we'll just go ahead and put this. Yeah, we'll give ourselves a little bit of room so we're not falling off the back. Let's say something like that. And even with 120, you probably only need 2 of these right now anyway. And I'm getting that down. Getting that down right there. Very nice. More of these little things here in the front just to make it so we don't back off the side. I do that a lot in previous playthroughs where I cut it too close and then I'm doing this and I back up and then boom, down I go because I didn't leave myself enough room to back up. that can be a problem. All right, and then we're gonna go ahead and put this pole right here. Maybe go up by 2. Run that down into there, and then run it over there, maybe to over here. I didn't think so. That's okay. I usually, if I really want to do, I usually go 2 up instead of 1 up. And that's just so it's not a low bridge for your larger cars later on. This way you can get your bigger cars under there, and usually that's why I don't use that bottom one. Eventually on this one, I'll actually take the bottom one out and I'll combine it with the one above it, so it'll be faster than 240s. All right, so we are making an obscene amount of concrete if we actually told it to make it. Over here, compounds, concrete. Copy. Oh, no power. Well, it's going to be helpful if we tied it into the power, huh? Going to be super helpful. There we go. And we'll go around the front. Kapow! Bam! Bada boom! And there we go. Now we got to figure out how much concrete we got. Hey Siri, what's 120 divided by 45?
120 divided by 45 is approximately 2.6666.
2.666, everybody. She's obsessed. All right, so that's about as many as I've got, right? I got 3 of them, and so it's going to go until it burns up that excess. And once it burns up that excess, it will then just go as fast as it can. But basically almost doubled my ability to produce concrete. And so that's going to crank through all of this stuff. Let's put some more of that back in there. And let's get rid of this. Not that. This. And so it's going to crank through that extra and get that done. And then we can go ahead and put ourselves a little storage box. Yeah, probably going to put the storage box sideways so it doesn't block my little thoroughfare here. And I'll probably change it later, but for right now, make sure we got an output there so we can fill that up. And then also a thing out here, so we can know what's running out of there. There we go. And looking good. Okay, so we got our concrete redone. Now we need to go over there and redo our extra iron node over there. We got all of our coal going at full speed. All that stuff's looking good. Oh, I went past it. Where is it? This way. This is why you leave a gap. So you can just drive down the center. We scaling that up big time. Nice line of resources over here, looking sharp. Way! Burr, 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 burr. Telling you, this thing's harder to drive now. Be wary. I totally turned. It didn't feel like doing it. All right. It leans too, which throws me off. Okay, so what do we got going here? We got nothing going. It's like the power's off or something. Let's see. That one's going to that way. No, it's going good. It just doesn't have any resources because I think I cut the resources here. All right. Where's my other thing? Apparently I don't have another thing. Now let's take this out. Let's take that out. And then we're going to go ahead and run a new extractor. Out of things again. Hang on, I'm just going to run back. Literally right here behind me. Oh, there's none left. We've been not producing them. Ah, I forgot. That's right. We got to get that back up and running. All right, modular frames. Let's go. Now, again, this takes a little while to get up to speed, but what we're trying to do is just get it up to speed so we can let it run. And then we're going to go to the next stage, and so on and so forth. What we really want to do is keep our phase 2 going up there at the top, where we can unlock our space elevator. We'll get to all of that here in a moment, but we want to upgrade all of our nodes so we don't have to get new nodes. We just upgrade the nodes that we already got, which is way, way easier. Then we're also going to upgrade the speed of our belts and stuff so that we're getting that going. Let's say this way, just like we have here, except for we're going to take all of the stuff in here and feed it into this over here and run it in the awesome sink for now. Whoa! Hey, look out for that drop. Like I said earlier, you got to turn around and watch out. Boom, down you go. Why do I have that hole there? I have no idea. Get that out of there. All right, and taking more of this out. Dropping that in there. Give me some tickets out of that. Okay. Yeah, definitely want to take all this out. All right, all this got to go. Yeah, we hit a few foundations. Oh well. We'll fix that later. Oh, I'm dropping loot. Oh God, look at all that loot in there. Holy mackerel. That's really a lot of loot. We should put this in there and that in there. Man, that's a lot of backlog of screws there. Why do I have such a backlog of screws? Holy mackerel. What am I doing? Taking out this to do another one of these. That's a lot of resources that was not really being used over there. Gotta get all that fixed up. Okay, speaking of screws, we can take all this spaghetti out here. We're just gonna redo all of this. What's in this one? Nothing. Cool, put all that stuff in there temporarily. Alright, all of this other production we have running here in the back, this can all go now. Because we're going to really get it queued up here and just zap all of this stuff. Try not to get your space elevator. Very lethargic, though, to come back. Oh, I hit the thing way up here. That's what I hit. That's what had all of those resources in it. Yep. I hit all of that stuff. Yeah, we're just stacking all this stuff back here for right now. And then we'll redo all this as we go. You know, all this stuff just kind of willy-nilly running all over the place. Yeah, let's take that out. One of my favorite parts is undoing this mess that I made earlier. But, you know, it got us to the next stage, so that's the important part. Right? It got you to that stage. And then these can all go too, because we're not going to feed those. Right there, and we should probably just jump down and get all of this stuff under here. All right, clean that all up. Okay, more stuff to get. That stuff's still cranking away over there too. Yeah, not too bad. Just go like this. Get it from this side. Less chance we're going to hit the space elevator in the background. Take this out. Looks like we got a accidentally hit one of those. See, there's a conveyor belt way down there. We're going to redo how we have all of our systems there as well. Redo that power. Now we made a bunch of stuff from all of this stuff over here, which helped us get to the next stage, but at some point you want to just take your time and take it all out because you're going to be using it elsewhere and really optimizing it to let it run. And so that's what we're going to do. Oh, and I don't think we need all of this now, so we'll take all this out. Oh, clean that up nicely. There we go. There's always one left. Always one floating thing left. All right, there we go. All right, now we've got an iron node over here that we need to use the iron node to generate a bunch of resources that we're going to use down the line here. And so we want to go ahead and just take all this stuff out for now. Take all that out. There we go, using that G function there. Pressing control and then releasing. Okay, start with a nice clean slate. Put these back in. Tons of plates there for sure. Didn't get my huh. Got a bunch in there. Apparently not that much. These we can just throw away. There we go. Okie dokie. So, I feel like turning this way. Like that, and then having the storage pipes. Upgrade that to Mark II. All right, I'll start backlogging that. Okay, so now we need to have it making all the stuff we need to make. And of course, we want it to still make the reinforced iron plates. So we're going to need to get that all set up. So it just can kind of run on those. But I don't really need that many more of those, especially if they're just going to run and run and run. What I needed to do is to take all of this stuff out of here, which is a Mark II right now, which this is a pure node, so this is 240 here. And what I need to do is convert it all into iron ingots. That's always the first thing that I needed to do. So we're going to go ahead and take our smelters right over there. We're going to turn it this way, and let's see, where is our entrance? Our entrance is on this side, so we need it actually to be the other way. Did we make one like that? We should go remake it. So just the smelters on the other side. All right, just to be sure, let's go ahead, load that blueprint. Smelters, there we go. And then we're gonna swap the direction. Going in on this side. Okay, and then this is going to go back toward me. This has got to be swapped too. This way. Oh. Come on. There you go. Okay, so what I'm going to do is have it feed on this side, because I'm going to be running these that way. So as I'm running them that way, I need to feed in from the left side, have it feed all the way down, and then take all the stuff and feed it back this way, right? Yes, and then it's going to feed back toward me, so I can put a box at the end, so I have the excess in that box. If I need to feed stuff into that box, I'll have it on my end. And that looks pretty good. All right, let's see what we can do here. Let's call this reverse. Select an icon. Or no, let's just make it yellow. So reverse ones will be yellow, and standard ones will be purple. All right, blueprint saved. And so, where do we manage our blueprints? I think in here, right? Let's see, iron smelters. Okay, we do have two different ones. All right, so this one is going to be 8. Let's go see if I did this right. Hey, Suri, what's 240 divided by 30?
240 divided by 30 is 8.
All right, just double check it. All right, so in theory, if we do this, we got our inputs there and our outputs there, and that is exactly right. Okay. Ugh, and now I'm out of wire. God, this thing drives crazy. What the heck? Wire. That wire back. Tons of wire there. Sometimes I feel like it's longer to use my car than to just walk. Especially it's like so out of control. I used to drive better. And it leans too, which makes you feel like you're gonna, fall over. Yeah, but you do what you gotta do. All right, number 8. What? I just got the wrong thing. I got cable instead of wire. Here we go again. Yeah, I think it's when you're holding down shift. When you're holding down shift, it corners worse than if you're just driving it. Let's see. Oh yeah, much better. Much better if you don't hold down shift. All right, let's try this again. All right, let's get these going. Where's my arrow? That way. H, can I move closer? Nope. This is awesome, everybody. Again, you just get these little blueprints down, and then, man, it just saves you so much time because you can just chain all this stuff together. Now, again, I'm just doing the basic stuff. Wait till we get into the more advanced blueprints and all of that. Holy mackerel. We're going to really get into some fancy schmancy stuff. All right, and this should already be too steep. Well, we'll just do this then. Oh, wow, I perfectly lined that up by accident. I perfectly lined that up by accident, everybody. Totally was not on purpose. Now, the cool thing is these are already set up for iron. So it should automatically go in there and get these going. Oh, yeah, look, all the way down the line. Yeah, very cool. All right, so we need 8 of those to get that going. Now, it's going to bring it back down this way. So in case I have some extra stuff that I want to feed in there, it'll be on my side instead of being on the far side. Now, of course, eventually we'll run into the side of the mountain there. But I kind of build a factory based on the node and not necessarily try to take everything and put it into a central spot, which you can do as well. That's also very fun. But say I wanted to go in here and say, well, I got rid of it. But if I wanted to put a bunch of this stuff in here that I had before, I could just put it in that box. It just gives me that option. Okay, so now that we're doing 240 instead of 120, we could double our production of our rule of 8, or we could make screws, which is what we should really do. Yeah, that's what we should really do. All right, let's make our rule of 8 over here first. Let's see, which way are we doing this? This way is the front. We're going to input from here. All right, that's good. Okay, so now we're going to need 8 of these babies. And we'll check those are all lined up. And then we don't need these ones. I'm going to take that out. And then run this power. So there. So now we have 3 and 2. So we need 3 and 2 to do what's known as our reinforced iron plates. So we're going to go plates. Copy that. Plates. Now you can just make all the plates separate and make all the rods separate and then just run them all to the end and make a bunch of screws separate. But this is one of the few things that I actually do in line because I only need one of them. Because I don't need a massive amount of reinforced iron plates right now because I have a whole box full of them. But if I did need them, then I could do it like that. So this is the first 5. 3 plates, 2 rods. And let's run this back down there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go the opposite way here. And that's run it the opposite direction. Which is going to be like this. And yep, we got that in the right direction there too. Awesome. And then try to line these up Say like that. Pretty good. I could have just did a set that has just one, which would have been super useful right now, but that's okay. Got that, and then we're going to run. Oh, this is not an output. Oh, that's going the other direction. That's going the other way. That's fine. Fine, we'll just redo it as opposed to redoing the blueprint. We'll have it go the way that we want it to go. That's a splitter. This should be a merger. Going that way. Got to rework this anyway. No biggie. Yep.
Your contract legally compels you to harvest this artifact.
Oh, Ada's getting creepy again, everybody. She's getting creepy.
Harvest.
You're getting creepy, girl. Iron plates. Go up and over. Yeah, this is another thing that... oh, God, these are all... Oh, wait, this is the wrong thing. Well, cool. We just do this. Take that right back out. Yeah, we need number 9. I think the biggest problem here is the direction in the back. These things, you got to have the right direction for each thing that you're doing. These are going to make screws. So this is going the wrong way. At least it does part of it for you. And let's see, we need a splitter going that way. And let's see, so how many do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, we need one more. Okie dokie. And then we need one of these. We'll get this. Matter of patience. It's connected. These here need new power lines. That was the odd one out. Oh, it's reversed, that's why. This one needs to cross over to that one. There we go. All 3 of those got power. All 3 of those should be screws. Oops. Copy, not paste. And this one here should be screws. Alright, now we just basically are remaking my Kismet rule of 8 where it does all of the resources in a row there to make those iron plates. And this is only going to use half of our resources here. And we got all those front sides connected. We got the back side connected. And then we've got this coming out of here. This going into this box. This is backlogging very nicely right now. And then this can go over there. Or we can just run it from the top. Actually, just run it like this. Run it like that. There we go. So it's up above. Oops, that's not an input. That was right the first time. Over there. Over there. Okay. And then we need to cross connect this. Get some power over there. Now all of those are going to go in there, and that's going to start doing its thing again. And then we're going to end up here at the end, where this should end up at this side. Yep. All the screws should be going this way. I think what we'll do is here at the end we're going to do a double box. We're going to need to get more resources. I don't think I have any more over here. Nope. So nice to have those lifted up too. See, I just drive right under it. So cool. Instead of having all that stuff just stacked in the way. Be even cooler when I get up to the upper level. So I'm going to run all this stuff to the upper level. That's why I'm not running it to those boxes over there. Because I can just move my hub wherever I want it to be. And I just keep moving further and further vertically up until eventually I get to what I call the train level. And the train level is all the way up where it covers the mountains, and then you can go ahead and run it over there. You forgot your lean outputs together? Yeah, I'll get there. I'll get there in a second. I got to go back and get some line runs. And some of those outputs I don't want to link together. And you'll see why. You'll see why here in a minute. All right. And we'll go ahead and put ourselves 2 storages right over here. We'll put one that's right off the end of this one. You know, I kind of feel like putting one on top too. I don't know, I'm just feeling that vibe today. There we go. All right, and then in the back here, we got our screws going in that side. And then let's see here. This one definitely needs to lift up a bit further. This one needs to go up here. And then that one needs to go over there. All right, so we're producing, what we're doing here is this is the Kismet rule of 8. This is basically how I get things going. So let's double check everything that we're doing though. You should always walk back and double check everything you're doing. You want to see that all of these things are green. If you see that they're not green, like that one right there, why is that one not green? Right, what's going on there? Okay, it's backlogged. It's got to be connected over here. And then you should see it going green. All right, green, 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 looking good. Then over here, this might be what you're talking about, right? I'm sure. But don't worry, I always go back and double check. And there we go. We got those going. And again, right over here, running that. And you want to check your whole entire production line that it goes. Now, it's okay if it has extra or it backlogs, because what I can do is add another smelter at the end, and then it will make extra on top of that. So one of the things that I suggest you do whenever you have a backlog like I do, like a little place for it to backlog to, is just add another one at the end, and it will burn up that in resource big time. Going this way, there we go. And then again, if you have any backlog, it'll burn it up. And then eventually that backlog will end up right there. That backlog will end up in that box, and then that box you can build an extra one of these, and then an extra one of those, then burns up that backlog, and so on and so forth until you get to the thing that you actually want to build. So we got that going. Now I didn't really need that yet, by the way, because all I need is 120 over here, so I'm quite fine. over here. So I need 20 for, or 30 for this, 30 for this, so that's 60. 70, 80, 90 right here. And then this is going to be 120. But the other stuff here at the end is actually made out of these resources. So all you really need is half of that over here, 120 over here, and then I'm going to use the other half to just make screws. Just nothing but screws, everybody. This is going to make a massive tons of them. And I'm going to run them, probably actually should run them on the outside out here so I can just keep making screws until the end of time. Yeah, out here somewhere. Just run them way off in this way. Like that. I can also just take this thing out eventually over here too if I want to, because I'm definitely going to, I'll move the space elevator up again on top of that. So maybe I'll just put them over here. We'll see. But again, that's all I need to do what I call the Kismet rule of 8. And that's where basically you're making a bunch of screws, you make a bunch of plates, but you're making it at optimum. Oh, and thanks for having my back, by the way. There's 1,000 kids caps. Oh, or not. Come on, thing. No, don't want to do it. It's like my bot dies after a few hours. Come on, bot. Nope. Try it again. There we go. All right. So basically, this is perfectly balanced. So you have 120 in, and you're making 3 things of plates, 2 things of rods. The 2 things of rods are going into 3 things of screws, and then those screws should end up at the end, right? Now, my belts are also way faster than you really need. Right now, they're at 240, but better too fast than not enough, right? And I like to have them super fast, whatever level I'm at, when I go to rebuild. And the reason why I do that is so that if it turns off, it can get all the raw resources in there faster, which means it turns back on faster. So there's no reason to go in and make it 60 and 30 and 60. And I've done that in the beginning. I thought, why the hell am I doing that? It's such a waste of time. Why not just make them all as fast as they can possibly be? And then it will all work out in the end. I feel like that is a much better way of doing it. But there we go. So it's making 40 screws here. So total here, this is 120 screws. Now from that, what we wanted to do is we wanted to make some kind of next level item. Let me pull my vehicle out of there. Whee! Backwards driving is awesome. And then what I want to do is take this out of here, both the plates and the screws, and make me basically some reinforced iron plates. And very rarely do I make reinforced iron plates in the early game. But I don't know, I kind of felt like it in this one. So I did. And we can go ahead and take this and run this across here now. Very nice. One of the problems also is knowing what's in the thing from the back. That's kind of hard, right? You can actually put some labels up on it later to get it going. I think this one, what's this got? Oh, it's got a bunch of stuff in there. I can just take it out of there. All right, now. And so what I want to do is put a couple of assemblers down here. And this whole thing over here's job is just to make reinforced iron plates forever. It's never going to do anything else other than that one thing. All right, and then we want to go ahead and do our standard dealio. We're going to put our lifter in there. We'll put some splitters like this, and then we'll run it this way. And, oh, don't want to take that out yet until I put the second one in. And now you don't need the lifter, by the way. You can go ahead and just use that as a reference, and then use this as a reference to run it in this direction. And then you run it up 3 high. Then you can take these out. Take this out, that out, and the lifter out. Redo the lifter right over there so it looks nice and sweet. Oops, wrong side, this side. There we go. Nice and sweet like that. Connect these together. Grab the one from on top, run that down. GG's all around, right? You're looking good. Now, same thing over here. We can go ahead and back this up right over here. Now, what I could do is I can make a blueprint of this very thing. And instead of doing what I'm doing right here. But we'll do that another time, since we just want to get this popping for right now. So we're going to run the screws in the bottom side and plates in the top side. Then we'll run that in there. And run that. Oh, okay, or not. Do it on the belt. There. Okay. Now we also going to need some power. So we're going to jump up here. We're going to do a little jumpy jump. Get this one. Jump up here. I'm going to jump up there. I think I have to jump over here. How did I get up there last time? I think I put it up higher than I had it before. Ah, that's okay. We'll just put it back here. Yeah, definitely would want to put it up there. Oh, that's weird. Just use the thing over here. Ah, missed it. Try it again. Jetpack would be great right now, or a little hover thing. There we go. That was a better jump. All right, then put this back here. Now again, if I had just done this with a blueprint, I wouldn't have to do all of that. All right, and then we want to tie this back to back here, and then we can tie that into the back there. And that's going to get both of those popping, and then reinforced iron plates. And this is perfectly balanced all the way to reinforced iron plates as well. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do something like this again, and then this time we're going to merge it. Put it in this direction. This is what I call inline running, when you run them like this. Like that. And then like this. And then we run this over here. And then we just easily run this over to where it goes. Right? And it's up above where it is. Now, I don't even remember where it is, so we got to look at it right there. Now, I don't even need any plates, which is the funny irony. Because again, I have a giant box full of it right there. So I don't need it right now. But later on, I will need it. Now what it's going to do is it's going to make a bunch. It's going to backlog. It's going to backlog in here. These are going to shut off all the way back until it gets all the way back to the original. And that's all going to shut off too. Which means that I get all that power back and I can use that for other things. But we do want to have it have the ability to do it while we're at it. So now also what we want to do is basically take a lot of these resources over here and maybe just kind of feed a little bit of this stuff over here. Just as a kind of a little bit of a backup, or if we just happen to be over here and we want to snag some plates or some screws, we can just grab them out of there. See if I can get that all out of there. Nope, drop right onto the ground. Oh, we need our little thingies. Which are over here somewhere. That's why I usually leave a gap so I can walk in between the gap. And you'll see me do that when I move this up above as well. All of this will get moved up above as well. So I can access it. Yeah, it's this one right here. So let's go. Which one is it? How many in? Fourth one in. Can't get through there. Fourth one in. So 1, 2, 3, 4. This one. So we'll put those in there, and then we can see which ones they are from looking in there. Let's see, more in here. Get all these plates, slowly macro. I got a whole bunch more that won't even fit in there. All right, well, I know what to do with it then. Let's go. Only need one box of it for right now. Let's get rid of that. Okay. What do we got over here? So that. This one. Gonna put a thing there. Oh, put a thing there to remind me that that's where that is. In there, we can put rotors back in there. Now we're just trying to consolidate all of these resources that we just got and put them back where they belong so we can utilize them for other things. A lot of plates in there. Holy mackerel. Let's put all that in there and take all the plates out and screws. Extra screws in there. Now I could just put these in the awesome sink because this is perfectly balanced, so it's not like I really need those extra screw or extra plates in there. But it does help a lot to have extra, and then you're like, oh wait, I put some in that box over there. Oh boy, here we go again. Here we go again. Let's just put the stuff we already sorted over there. Then we'll take all this stuff out. Here's another great example. Like I can go right over here, and I've got a ton of this in here. Boom. Drop that extra in there. And that's why I leave those kind of in between spots so I can drop that stuff in there for for storage, or in case I need it, or I'm going to do something with it, or I just take it out and I throw in the awesome stick. Either way. A lot of screws in there. A lot of plates in there. And that's because it backlogged. When it filled up the box, it backlogged with a bunch of extra screws and extra items. And that's where those came from. And over here, same thing. Get that out of there. Let's see if we can consolidate this stuff together. Nope, too much stuff. What do we got too much of? Looks like rods right now. Way too much rods. All right, we'll go all the way to the thing over here. And we know the first one is rods. Because usually I put concrete as the first one. But in this case, I put rods in there. And then we go down here. We're going to be this. The next one's going to be that one. So we'll take one of these out. One of those out. And again, just consolidating down. Some more screws in there. All right, looking okay. Then we can take this out. And there we go. All right, got that going. Now we need a bunch of screws. So we need 120 worth of screws. So I kind of feel like we're going to run into our space elevator eventually, but that's okay. We're going to move it anyway. So we're going to make a nice long space here for us to put our screws. Now, when you're producing screws, you need 10 per minute, everybody. It's actually going to end up where it's outputting faster than what we can handle. But believe me, you are going to need a massive ton of screws in this game. A tremendous amount. We can take this out now. There we go. So all we need to do is say, okay, well, we have 120. And what's 120 divided by 10? Well, it's 12. So it's 12 of these constructors. Now, it just so happens also that we have some blueprints that we can do the constructors. And let's see, which way's the front? We'll go front this way, input that way. All right, that's backwards of what we want. So we will see if we've got another one and try this one and see if that's going the right way. Yes, so that's going input on this side and output on that side. Yes, very nice. And then we'll line this up. And let's see, leave ourselves a little bit transport space, maybe right here. Let's go with that. So that's 2 of 12. Now don't do too many before you double check it. That's going in that direction. This is going to go into here. I'm always listening to see if my power is about to go off too. All right. Boom. Okay, so that's 4 of them. So the output of that is going to be, and we're going to do screws. Copy, paste those. Oh, wait. No. What am I doing? What am I doing? Small little problem. We have an in-between step. In between doing all the screws. We got to make rods first. Duh. But no worries, we can just go ahead and go like this, and we can go ahead and take out the whole entire blueprint just like that. All right, awesome. Oh, wait, I could have left them in and just made them into rods. Let's just do that. Okay, so let's do that again. Well, we got this going in on this side. That. And you can make a bunch of variations where, you know, you have one's your plates and one's your screws and one's your thing. I feel like that's way too much work. I feel it's just easier to go in and click it and change it myself. That's just me and my crazy ideas. Let's put this up just a little bit so that when we're running this line, we can just kind of drive underneath it. Out of there. Oh, that's the wrong way. This way. So we can drive underneath it if we can. Nope, not going to let me, huh? Not gonna let me. All right, we'll switch this then. We'll go from here to there, and then this one across to here, and then that lets me go this way, and it lets me go around that way. There we go. Okay, so that's gonna pump in there, and this is gonna make rods and rods. Okay, so how many rods? 15 per minute. Hey Siri, what's 120 divided by 15?
120 divided by 15 is 8.
All right, that's more like it. 8. Okay. So 8 of these. Oh, I didn't move him forward a little bit. Should have moved him forward. My bad. Take him back out again. We'll get this. Patience is a virtue. Alright, I forgot to look down the line here. That was my bad. Let's just put him like that. Yeah, that should have let it keep going. Okay. Fix that line here in a minute. Connect those together. Alright, which way is this returning to? It's returning on the in. Good. It's going that way. Okay, once again, do this. Up like this. This over to there. Okie dokie. Tie all the power together. Again, this is the type of stuff you're doing, and then before you know it, boo, your power goes out. Always a fun one. Chain that way over there because this will all be connected to each other. Now, eventually, what I'm going to do is have all these wires end up to one wire, and I'll be able to just flip the whole thing off. So I'll be able to flip off all of the stuff that's either the rule of 8, turn that off, turn this off, and then I'll have those two that are individual be connected to a central one where I could turn that one off too. And then I'll have it where it automatically turns off if I run out of power. And that's going to be really fun when we finally get to that. Okay, so this is all going in that direction, like so. Yes, going in here this way. And then ending up down here, and then eventually it's going to end up down here where now we're making rods, so it's 15 and 15 out, and then we still need to do all that other stuff. All right, let's go ahead and really take out the big boy. Now, if you notice, your stuff stays in your space elevator, even if you move it. All right, we got to fix this right here. Temporarily, again, we're going to move this eventually, but we'll just fix it so it's not running through our stuff. Because I don't like it. Simple as that. And let's just do this. What's up above our stuff? There we go. All right. So now we've made 240 rods. We've got to go connect these sides too. Take this out of here now. 240 rods running down the line. Like so. Looking good, looking good. We got to tell it what it's doing. That's going to be vitally important. There we go. Just paste it in all of these. Alright, let's see if I got it right. Ah, it was the wrong thing. Darn. I sworn I pasted the right thing, but apparently not. Alright, this is annoying. Let's get up here. There we go. I hate it when you paste the wrong thing. I thought I had the right thing in there, but apparently I clicked the wrong one. Okay, there we go. 240 rods coming out of there like a boss mode. Okay, and how many was it? 4 screws, I already forgot. Already forgot. We're going to leave a nice little gap here. I think we can take this out now. I think we need that ramp down there anymore. Leave a nice little gap here, and because this is not going to go any further than what it is, and we're going to go ahead and offset this a little bit, just so we have a little bit of room here to work. Let's say right here. And we're probably going to need our reversed one. Right? Or do we want it to go this way? I want it to end up back on this side. This way. Yeah, so we want the reversed one. Let's go in here, blueprints, and reverse constructor. And so we want to go in here and end up back here. Yes, okay, that's what we want right there. And then we'll go in again till it's some screws. And then it says the 10, so we need 12 of them. And this is going to be fun. All right, we're really going to push our power limits now. Let's go. All right, that's about enough you want to do to get started, because you don't want to come back and go, oh God, these are all wrong. So the first thing is we got to have an input over there. So we got to get this from over here, over in this input, because these are all the screws that are going to come out of there. That's 240 screws, and my belt is 270, so it's plenty. And so that's going to go in here, and so we're going to say screws, which is good. I'm going to tie all this power together. You'll see why I'm doing so many screws later on. You need a lot of them. No, those are all tapped out. All right, let's go like this. Let's tap this one over to this one, and then we'll add an extra one. Add an extra one kind of in the center. Create that little cross connection there. There we go. Okay. So let's make sure this is working. Yep, it's coming down. Loosen screws. Looking good. All right, we'll copy that one, and hopefully it actually pastes the right one this time. Connect this one. Paste that. This, paste that one, paste that one. Get this one, I don't remember. Get them again, just in case. Okie dokie. Now it's going to take a minute for it to get enough screws down here to where all of these are going to work. But you can see that those ones are working straight away. And then again, I could actually just force feed some screws, and that would get it working. But if I see it's not working after a while, I'll come down and say, hey, why is that not working, right? So what do we got? 2, 4, 6, 8. That's 10. That's 12. Now the input is going to be fine. It's our output that's going to have trouble. You'll see. You will see. All right, there we go. So we got all that going. Should be going all the way down. In a little bit, it'll show us green down there. But we do need to copy this one and paste it into all of these. All right, should be screws. All right, there we go. Very nice. Now what we got to do is figure out the output. So this is 40 and that's 40. That's 80. Then we got 160. Or we can just say, hey Siri, what's 40 divided by 240?
40 divided by 240 is
Oops, wrong way.
approximately 0.1666.
Hey Siri, divide 240 by 40.
240 divided by 40 is 6.
Is 6. Okay, so if we want to keep them in 240, now we can go to 270 as well, but really if you combine them it's going to be 280, right? So if you do another 40 on top of 240, it would be 80, and so it'd be too much for the belt, which the belt only goes 270. So you might as well go with a group of 6. So you've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 right here. And then that's as fast as that's going to be able to go. So we're going to need to take this and run that up. All right, so that's going to do 6 together. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right over here. And then we're going to run that up. Like this. Now what we want to do is take them screws and run them into a box over here. One of these boxes. This one. But these screws are being produced at 480. It's a lot of screws, everybody. A lot. Big time. Now we also need to get it in the bottom one and in the top one for it to let us for us to let it do that. So let's first get this one because that's the easiest one to connect. And then might want to do something like this. Yeah, let's back it up. Say right there. That's way too close. Way too close. Let's do it around the side. Let's say something like this. And then we'll bring that to... Nope. There we go. And then we'll just bring this down under a little bit like this. Rotate that up a little. There we go. And we're trying to get it to go into the bottom one there. So there we go. So we had to split it in 2 separate lines because it's producing so much. And that's a lot of screws, everybody. That's 480 screws there. Very, very nice. Now, we got some other things that we need to get going again. And I need some more of my rotors that I put back over here. And see, I left myself a little walkway now. We're going to walk around the back and try to find, or it was, I think it was one before, yep. Over there, I'll get myself some rotors. Okay, so I've got an assembler here that I want to go ahead and utilize to make more items, right? So say I want to make stators or rotors. Well, I'm going to need iron rods and I'm going to need screws. Well, I've got plenty of screws coming out of here, so that's fine. But I'm going to need those iron rods as well. Now, the iron rods are on the other side over there. And so I can go ahead and run them over here to make more, but I already got a ton of them, right? I got a box full of them. Do I really need to work on that rotor production right now, or should I work on my upper level and then put the rotors in that upper level, and then I can run stuff however I want in the ceiling? And so I can run the rotors and then the screws directly underneath it, run it through the floor, right into the thing, which is what I'm going to do with all this higher end stuff, all of this stuff that's in here, like your encased industrial beams and all of that. We'll take all the base resources, the steel beams and the concrete, and we'll run them from down below up into those top parts, and then we can just keep making tons and tons of those until we max those out. So that's our main goal right now, is just to get the basics running at the maximum degree. So that's what it's doing right now. It's running at the maximum degree, and it's running into these boxes here for some of this stuff. So we're going to let that rock. And then over here, let's go back and check on our concrete over here. Oh man, we got 3,000 over there. Very nice. I can see it by acting like I'm going to take it out, and it says down there how many I've got in there. So that's nicely backlogging. And look at that. Nice and cleaned up now. Looking a lot better. I like it a lot better. Now this whole part here in the center, I'm going to be taking this out, as well as all of these. And all of this stuff we'll be taking up to the upper level. And then running all of this stuff at the lower level. And you can see that I've got it aimed toward the center. And that's because I'll run it from this side, all the stuff from that side over here, and all the stuff from that side over here. And then I'll run it underneath right up here, and then I'll have the stuff up above and work more vertically than working horizontally how we're working right now. And you can see that we've got all of the basics going that we need for right now, and then we can do the next level stuff up on the higher level, and it'd be much easier to route all that stuff by using an underrun like we're doing right now. And eventually I'll build my way up until I get up way up there, and then I'll run tons of trains way up on the top, which is always fun to do. Okay, so I think that's about good. I think we're good there, everybody. I think we're going to just let that run let that backlog a crazy ton of resources for us. Over here, I think it stopped doing my stators over here. Let's go see. I think I cut my wire off there, did I? Oh, it's not making the wire over there anymore. Making a wire over that way now, way over there. So, let's see, what is it missing? It's missing steel pipes, actually. Well, that's a problem that we can fix. Over here. Right there. Just run them steel pipes in there. So it makes me a bunch of stators. Now, I can take this out and redo all of this, but I'm just going to leave it as is. This one we can take out because we're not using that one anymore. Oh, and I'm dropping resources. I hate it when I'm dropping resources. Rather put it in this one so that let's put those in there and these not those. This, take one of those out and sort it. There we go. Set it up off the ground. We'll take all of this stuff out of here like that, and then just let it make a box full of stators because we're going to need that for our next stage. And again, stuff like stators and all of that will be up on the next level, where I can just run all this resources from the lower level straight up there. Nice and easy. Let's go look at... oh, we got to do our space elevator. That's the next thing we'll have to do when we come back. And I think that's good. I think we're all good there to let that stuff run and run and run. We got to look at all this little spaghetti remnants over here. Get that spaghetti out of there. And out of there. There we go. Very much cleaned up nicely. Much nicer. Not super optimized, but looks pretty good. Looks pretty good, and we've been using our blueprinting, which helped a lot, and we learned about, you know, left and right blueprinting, and then doing a left side and a right side with the pipes so we could do the pipes together. Very, very fun. I also feel like you could go in and do a better grouping over here. Like this is undefined there. It'd be cool to go ahead and add a category, and then you can go in and change the category. Let's say smelters, right? And then apply that, and then I could take my smelters here and put them in that category. And I'd probably put my foundries in there as well. Let's just consider those part of the smelters. And there we go. So now we do that. And then we can go in and add another category. Let's just call this one coal power. There we go. So anything we need for coal power, in there it goes. Can I select multiple? No, I have to drag it, then go back. I see. And there we go. Coal power. And then another one. Rename. Constructors. And then you don't have, after a while, you're going to get a ton of these. So you don't have to look through every single one of those over and over and over again, right? To, 15 of them in there. Oh, confirm. Oh, I just confirmed to undo that. Hold on. Let's do that again. That was fail. Heartbreaker. Heartbreaker. All right, gosh, what is wrong with my mouse today? I don't know. It's freaky. It's freaking me out. Edit. Category. Change that to... I don't remember what order I did it, but that's okay. Constructors. That's probably something I probably used the first more anyway, so we'll put constructors first. Constructors. Constructors. Then something that I will use a lot, but not as much, smelters. Smelters. And then we'll put our other things in there as well, and then coal power. All right, constructors, iron smelters, coal power. Apply changes. There we go. Now when we hit Q and we go into blueprints, now we have it over here on the side. And so if we're just looking for smelters, we don't have to look at all that other stuff, or I mean, just constructors, just smelters, or coal power. So very nicely, nice way to organize that. Also a good time to save, considering we've been playing for way too long. Been streaming for 8 hours now. Definitely a good time to rest up, because I got to come back and do it all over again tomorrow, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for 7 Days to Die. And that game is so incredibly fun. But I could keep playing for like 20 hours, but wouldn't be good for my health. Not good for my health to go that long. But I will let it run, and then we'll just kind of let it run. It'll backlog just tons of resources everywhere. And then what we'll do from there, I don't see it feeding that. Oh, because that's not going into a box. Hold on. I see a thing that we should do. It's already got more than enough. Okay, we'll just let that run. We'll let that run and come back to it. Where's our thing? Just go see all of our hard work. Yes, I already got it. I already put it on the games thing. I already got it. And put it on my Discord. I think I did a couple days ago, if I remember right. Okay, look how much we cleaned up, everybody. We cleaned all that stuff up, all the stuff in the bank. We took down our space elevator, and we really kind of made this nicer. Oh, there's something over here, too, we can dig out. Kind of weird thing over there. So we cleaned this hole up. We put it in a way in which we can continuously expand it if we need to. But most of the time, I won't even expand this, because what I do is I build based on the node. So the node has so much stuff, and then I use that node for building that particular thing. I do like to bring the resources back over here, but I don't necessarily have to. I do also like to build at the node and then just bring the finished resource to me. That also works much better too, because then you can just build out what you think. But the problem is when you're building way out remotely, is that you typically will run out of resources. And then you got to run back to your base and get more resources and run back out. You're doing that the whole time. It's just as easy just to run the raw resources by your base. And if you need some resources, you're right next to your base. I find that, you have that kind of balance between the two. But as you can see, we've got our coal power going down here. We've doubled our coal power. We got all of our other stuff. Now, the cool thing about being right here, everybody, is my oil power is right over there. It's right over there. So when I unlock my oil power, I'm going to go ahead and grab that oil, and I'm going to bring that over here. And then, of course, utilize that as well. You can also destroy these now, by the way, these little things over here, so you can utilize those islands if you wanted to. So very, very cool. All right, now we're going to save. And now we're going to go ahead and rest up so we can come back, play some 7 Days to Die tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Let's do it. All right. Yeah, I already claimed mine and got mine, by the way, that Force Unleashed. Claimed mine with the second I saw it over on Prime Gaming. Let me see when I put that on the Discord. I forget. I think it was a couple days ago. Could have been yesterday. I don't know. I can't remember these things. Let's see. I don't know if it lets me go there. Come on. The 13th. When was the 13th? Yeah, yesterday. Yesterday around 8:15 p.m. So about this time yesterday I posted it. So I already grabbed mine. So again, if you guys want to see those deals, by the way, and get free stuff, here's what you want to do. You want to go ahead and pop over on the Discord, and I'll go and bring my social media up here. You can pop on over my Discord, discord.gg, and you look in the game deals section. You can see a bunch of Prime deals in there that are probably over by now, but also a bunch of free stuff in there as I see it. If I see it in the Epic Game Store or whatever, if I have enough time, I'll put it in there. Now, if you guys see something, you're like, hey, Kismet, this is like, 90% off. I think everybody would like this. Then I will go ahead and post it in there for you. You can just go ahead and whisper me and let me know. And then I will put it in there. But I did get that Force Unleashed in there. I have not played through that one yet, but, I added it to my library, and I'll get around to it eventually. I don't know. Thanks also to Unforgiven for that cheer there. Thanks everybody for the sub love, of the follow love today. Now, of course, you can help out the stream by taking a quick moment. YouTube.com/KismetBP and also Twitter.com/KismetBP. All my social media is the same pretty much right over there. So pop on over there, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, whatever you got to do on those various social medias. and help out. You can also help out the stream by going to patreon.com/Kismet. It is the best place to help support the stream. And you got, of course, a bunch of benefits over there at every tier, which is, of course, you get exclusive access, get your name at the end of every stream, as long as you are a patron. And you also get ad-free viewing of all my guides and highlights that I post there from time to time. All right, so that's it for me, everybody. I'm going to give you guys some caps, and I'm going to go rest up because, man, I ran that whole time with barely a break there. For 5,000 caps, and that's it for me, everybody. Again, I'll see you tomorrow night, Saturday night, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Norbert. Thanks for watching. Hit the subscribe button. We'll see you all next time. Bye.
Hey, thanks for watching this video. Help support more videos just like this one and keep the Kismet love train a-going by dropping by my Patreon and showing your support. Big thanks going out to Resident Spike, Rotisserie G, JC Hunter, AMZ, Carlos, Jeremiah, the Notorious TDK, and Scriptlin. Click to watch more videos, and I'll see you next time.